So thank you, Alex, again. Please take it away. We see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this beautiful introduction today. And I want to welcome everyone from the North American community for this knowledge program, especially to the international community that is supporting and giving us the strength to have carried on all this time. So it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. And as such, we are trying to bring in all the communities from around the world, because this is where science meets the soul. But there's a purpose of it, and this is the soul of man and the soul of science to come together for the soul of peace. And the soul of peace is a universal, shall we say, commandment. And so all of these medallions that you see here are the beginnings of a new way of life. And we are on the cusp of some radical changes. And so this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings in Plasma Science. We are at the advanced insight level. The subject today is manifestation point. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is June the 5th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. When we began this many years ago, we started with a breakdown that's kind of manifested itself into and coalesced into a pattern of basic, intermediate, and advanced classes. And we had to start with terminology. And somehow we're going to finish with terminology, because our understanding of the terminology has changed. And as such, we went from the basic teaching to basic understanding, and then to the knowing, and developing an insight of which we are now at the advanced insight level. And we're coming to the end of this program, and it's kind of timed itself very nicely with the fact that we are launching into outer space tomorrow. And this will happen. This is a manifestation point that will happen because there are some changes that have happened. And a lot of that has to do with the pressure that comes together. We are not the only ones feeling this pressure. So as planetary beings, we have this inherent notion of traveling into outer space. And then we have an awareness. Let's put it this way. When you go to the library, there's a section, and it talks about paranormal activity. And interestingly enough, that section is dedicated to that subject. But within that section, and it's almost divided 50-50, where 50% of the books in that section talk about and not only reference it, but try and explain it with respect to what we call paranormal activity. But there's another 50% who are part of the skeptical society that debunk this paranormal activity. And so if there was a subject that it was a non-subject, generally speaking, as adults, and this is what happens when we talk to children, and it may be considered rude in some circles, but it's dismissive. So maybe a child might make a point, and an adult might not see the validity of that point and just dismisses it out of hand. But when you go to this library section and you see the paranormal activity, we're not talking about being dismissive here. We're talking about a major time and energy investment in 50% of the books in that particular section putting down this technology. And so when you have that much resistance, what that tells you, because you have to give credit to their intelligence, even if it's a low intelligence, you have to give credit to the fact that they have made a significant time investment, energy investment, and they've actually written books and published these books. And if you've ever written a book, you know that it takes a long time to do that. So it's not something that is easy to do. And it's not something that is cheap to do. And so when you have this kind of time and energy investment, that is proof. That is the proof of the thing that they're trying to be skeptical about, that they're trying to disprove. Imagine that. The effort to disprove is the proof. And when they realize that, then the level of intelligence will increase. And this is where the pressure comes in. Because what we realize as we play our games and our musical chairs, as we talked about, the pressure increases. Because as we grow, we become more dense. And so to compensate for that density, we grow from being babies to being adults. So there's a size differential. But there's also learning, and that learning gets absorbed. And so maybe that's why we get bigger, because that learning gets absorbed. But at some point in time, you cannot operate on those dimensions. So you have to transcend into different dimensions because there are basic plasma rules. And this is what we've come to understand. We've looked in simple terms when two forces come together. And in basic physics and in basic nuclear technology, we get enamored with the flash. And when we look at the sun, it's a globe. And when we look at idolization, we see a glitter. We have manifested this in the ceramic cups of pressure. And this pressure, it doesn't flash, doesn't glow, and doesn't glitter, but it certainly is present. And so when we look at the manifestation of energy, and we say gold, for instance, will glitter, but when we look at the sun, it's a different kind of manifestation. So there's a sun manifestation and there's an elemental manifestation. And of course, there's our manifestation. And so as I've been concerned about traveling through these uncharted skies, the skies are uncharted from a physical manifestation point and point of view. We've been able to navigate through these uncharted skies because we followed the moral and sober leadership. And so as a teacher, and we're all teachers, and we come here to teach. But before we teach, we have to learn. So the teacher has to become a student. And in the manifestation, the physical manifestation that I'm talking about right now, we depend on what we hear and what we see. But the thing is, it doesn't explain how we got here because that was our default positioning. And in that default positioning, we made a choice. And there's no explanation for that either. So the whole purpose of life is to sort this out. And then can we get elevated to the same default positioning that brought our arrival here? But we see rough roads ahead. And there are many reasons for these rough roads ahead. And in the future, we will be looking at these reasons and we will just shake our heads and say, wow, the proof is in the road. And whether it's a rough road or a smooth road, the proof is there, because that road is your feedback. And it's a feedback of what I'm calling today a manifestation point. And that manifestation point is what allows us to tune in to the energies of the universe and drop out of our resistance and turn on our souls to the boundless energy that the universe provides. But we're not the only ones that have to drop out, you see. And that's kind of the thing. We like to ask these questions, where did we come from and what all started? And, we figure, well, we didn't know that there was a universal community, and we figure, oh, maybe they have the answers if there is a universal community. But we find out that they're asking the same question. And maybe it's not which came first, the chicken or the egg, but maybe it was the tempest or the teapot. And the thing is we have to ask ourselves, which one is actually the feeder? Okay, and the answer is that neither is, because both are a feedback of the first principle matter. And we call it the principle matter because it is the beginning. It's the magnetical feeding that comes through the universe with the deliverance of PM ticks. And these PM ticks are energy partial units, energy packs. Energy packs that diverge right throughout the universe. And when there's a commonality, they come together into a force field. And that force field is part of what we call the dilution. In nuclear science, we refer to that as decay. And then we have the antimatter, which is the principal matter. And so in conventional science, it's unfortunately called antimatter, as if matter doesn't exist. But there is a transition matter to that principal matter. And then there is a matter-gen convergence of that energy. And then there is a conversion. There's a conversion of the plasmagen to a MAGRAV condition. It is this MAGRAV condition which is the gravitational manifestation point. And this manifestation point comes into contact with another manifestation point, which we call the field interaction inertia. And this manifestation point is actually a feedback point. And so we have a feeding system and a feedback system. And then we have intermediate levels. And with each of those intermediate levels, there's a feeding of the previous level and a feedback of the following level. And so there's a sequence of feeding and feedback, but in reality, universally looking at this is all a feedback. And so we come into these problems where we have a battle between those feelings that are tugging at us and there are feelings that anchor us. And both are kind of pulling. And they're pulling between what we have put up a barrier, which has affected our souls. And so we call that the soul limitations. And so these soul limitations are actually limited because of how we interpret our past and how we interpret our future. And the only way that we can interpret that is through emotion, because the only thing that we have is the present. And so to affect the past and the future emotion, we have to affect the emotion of presence. And so this is reflected in how we go through our transformation and how we enter into our body, of our transportation vehicle. And we try and see, well, how the rest of the universe works. We can't see the rest of the universe because it's not visible to us. The only thing that is visible to us is the sun which is our feeding system, and our planet, Earth, which is our feedback system. And so when we look at the emotion of presence, we have to see that our emotion of presence is the representation of our soul, and it is the link up to our physicality. And so this question of being a feeder or being a feedback system is having to understand that the sun has a soul. So there's a soul of the sun. And so what we see is the product of the sun soul. And so the sun itself becomes a manifestation point. And the earth has a soul. But to see the earth is a manifestation and a representation of the earth's soul. So the earth itself becomes a manifestation point. So if this is a little bit confusing, I've done that kind of on purpose, because the way we've been taught is that there really is only one soul, and this doesn't make sense because it's not physically possible, because we have an emotion of presence, and that emotion of presence is a physicality link, and the physicality link is to this manifestation point. Where is this manifestation point? Is it only in our physicality? And so I hope you enjoy this trip, because you'll find that the manifestation point is not just in our physicality. We've been saying when two forces come together, there's a feeding of the PM ticks, and they come together, they create a MAGRAV condition, which is the feedback mechanism. And we have our three dimensions, the X, Y, and Z axis. And so we find there's a big difference between how the universe sees it, where the universe is harvesting this energy, but it is self-enhancing. And in the earthbound understanding, we depend on loose harvesting, which is self-consuming. And so if we are drawing energy to ourselves, which is important for us to maintain our feedback system of a MAGRAV balanced field, how can we be feeding this when we're self-consuming? So now we understand why we have these deficiencies. And so what we have is a point of conflict between the reality and our understanding of the reality. And so when we look at our conduct, the basic conduct in the universe is the currency of energy. Energy is the currency of life. In our little tiny perfect world, which we call Earth, our currency is money. And so we have this conflict between inventors and investors. And then we just add to the mix the shareholders, who are happy to be shareholders. And they are only manifest as shareholders because there are inventors. But in the process of supporting the inventors, they themselves become investors. So the support of the inventor becomes superseded by the support of the shareholder investor. And so we see this point of conflict extend into things like food security and borders. And so this creates a friction. And sometimes friction creates a glittering effect. But the point is that all of this is a feedback mechanism. And so we have this point of conflict manifests itself as a feeding system. So in other words, our dependence on the feeding comes from the feedback system. So in other words, that becomes a feedback feeding system instead of a dependence on a feeding system alone. And I'm not making a commentary on that except to say that what we're talking about is a manifestation point. And so this manifestation point comes from the difference in our outlook with respect to feeding and feedback. And so the way we see things is the way it's not. Because in our physicality, what we see things is a reflection. And that reflection is not an emission, but it's a reflection and a repulsion of what it isn't. So when you look at blue jeans, which it's very easy to call them blue jeans, but in reality, they're every color except blue. So they're not blue jeans. And I might add, they're not green jeans either, as we see from the plant community, the vertical people, because when you see the majority of them being green, and what we call about the, greening of the environment, well, it's not green either. What we can't see is what is being emitted, and what is being emitted is what it actually is. And so, can we see this emission? Can we see this if it's not visible? Can we see this in physicality? And so, well, yes, we can, because we have feeding byproducts, for instance. So we've been able to produce the zinc ants, and the color of the zinc ants is kind of white. And the CO2 gas is also kind of white. And so what happens to white is that white is every color. So if zinc gas is white, then you could say that if it's every color, that it's no color. And then you can say the same thing about the CO2 gas. And I say, well, if it's no color, well, it's gone. It's not there. It's vanished. And so we see this hole in our gas. But not only do we see the hole, which is not there, right? Because you can't see it. But you can see through the hole. So the hole is transparent. So you don't see the hole because the hole is not there. But what you do see is the other side of the hole. So the other side of the hole is a feedback. And the rest of the gas, which is a reflection, is another feedback. So that feedback is actually a feeding byproduct. It's not the feeding. It's a feeding byproduct of the feeding. And so we go through our life trying to decide, what is this that's in between? Because how many times have you heard someone say, oh, who am I? Where am I? What am I? And so we spend a lot of time and energy trying to decide, this is me and this is not me. And how we do that is by creating boundaries. So if this is me and this is not me, then in between this is a fence. but, you know, can you see that fence? So for instance, if you say that the tips of your fingers are the outer boundary of you, so therefore beyond the tips of your fingers is not you. How big is that boundary between the tips of your fingers and the not tips of your fingers? How big is it? And at what point is it? And can you see that point? So what we're saying is that my fingers are me. So that's my feedback system. Beyond my fingertips, well, this is not me, but that's another feedback system. So this vanishing point then becomes, which this boundary that we cannot see, is the difference between two feedback systems. So when we talked about the creation of the universe, and that was explained in the Universal Order of Creation of Matters subject in book number 1, this discussed how the universe was created. So fundamentally, the universe exists from energy. And so the key about this energy is it's always in motion. And the energy is always there. And so because it's always there, it's always positive. But it can go in different directions. So that is represented by the charge. And because the energy is in motion, and the energy is defined by its charge in motion. And in motion from where to where. And so we find that all things work in combination. And so this is the graduation now that we have to look at. What we've only learned up to now in this particular series is the manifestation of a field. But the thing is, when we look at the plasma science, it's a manifestation of two fields. This becomes the fundamental principle of the twinity. And so things that we've talked about, the speed of rotation of a plasma, and we can look at that in an electron, and we can see that that speed of rotation is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields. And these magnetic fields have to be transferred. So another magnetic field, which is transferring energy, needs to be larger. And so that larger twin plasma is of the proton. And so the energy transfer is from the magnetical field of the proton to the magnetical field of the electron. And in the basics, so we call this the fundamental principle because it's basic. The electron-proton combination marriage constitutes an atom. Okay, so there we go. So within the field of the atom, we have both the proton and the electron. But we find that that doesn't explain where we come from. It doesn't explain a change of energy. So we got into the new atomic math, which took into account the conventional understanding of the mass of the proton and the electron. But in terms of totality, we have to include the mass of the PM ticks and the mass of the matter-gen antimatter and dark matter, or what we call the principal matter and the transition matter. And that totality then is achieved through an energy level balance. And that balance is determined by its positioning. Oh, okay, so it's not only dependent on of itself. See, we've been looking at only a basic two-dimension system where we have a feeding and a feedback. And so, you know, when we do drawings and stuff like that, we're working in 2 dimensions. but we're operating in 3 dimensions. And we find that the common problem that we have in these dimensions is the letter pi, which describes mathematically a reference point, but it's kind of fuzzy because it's not specific. It's not mathematically pure. So we fudge that difference. And the reason we're able to fudge that difference is because we're not part of these 2 and 3 dimension structures that we normally make reference to. We're in another dimension. We're the observers of these other 3 dimensions. And so as being observers, you cannot extricate yourself from these dimensions. You are part of these dimensions. And so that's the fudge factor. So welcome to the reality. So when we started this series, we talked about terminology, and we tried to add to the knowledge to see how it references to natural plasma. And so we talked about the 2 basic dimensions, the X and Y axis. So our transmission was rotation and our transition had to do with polarity. And at some point they crossed over, but we had this fudge factor, which, didn't account for the emotional dimensions or the soul dimensions. But somehow the universe was very accurate in how it got from one point to another. All that we are managing now to do is try and cross over this crossover point between the transmission and transition, which creates lines that are perpendicular to each other, but somehow they disappear. And so if we look at the Earth and we see that we can actually transcend these dimensions, the visible and the non-visible dimensions, and still stay within Earth. So from the Earth's point of view, the ground is gravitational and the sky is magnetical. And so we say that that is representation of the polarity. And so when we transcend these different dimensions within this range, then we are transitioning. And this transition in our conventional science is based on density. So I want you to look at our Earth is based on a crust, and above the crust is our atmosphere, but below the crust is what we say is the magma. And so we find that the magma is more dense than the crust, and the atmosphere is less dense than the crust. And so that has been the conventional description of gravitation. So the difference, of course, is that we are considered organic. And so what that means, we are carbon-based. And we know that because we have the basics of the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen construct of our amino acid. And we have the environment of the other salts, the sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium. And then, of course, we have the physical manifestation of the copper and the zinc and the iron. But, with respect to the Earth is inorganic. And so it is silicon-based, and that's all it means. So organic is carbon-based, inorganic is silicon-based. And so this determination was made early on in the scientific research going back several hundred years. And we've carried that forward. And of course, it's lost a lot of its meaning because since then we filled in the periodic table of elements. And what we have to understand is these elements are the manifestations of the focal point within physicality. And so now we know that there's a non-focal point in the non-physical reality. let's just look at this physical reality one more time. Because as I said, the transition going from the gravitational to the magnetical is rotating around the pole. So if the rotation is going from one side to the other, and we know that because the sun rises and the sun sets, so there's an Earth rotation, that is your transmission, and it rotates around the poles, and your pole going from the ground, which is gravitational, to the sky, which is magnetical, is the transition. So when we look at the structure of the crust of the Earth, it is made up of silicon dioxide, SiO2. And so when we look at this picture, we find that it's not even with respect to the rotation. There's ups and downs. And so the crust seems to follow the line as it goes up the mountain and comes down the mountain. And so the air is less dense than the mountain. So the mountain is below the crust. And then when we come down and the crust goes under the water, oh, so we find that the water is less dense than the crust. So that is above the crust. And the air is less dense than the water, so the air is above the water. And then it comes up on the other side. And so, you know, you could say that this is kind of a childish diagram of the difference between, say, North America on the left side and Asia on the right side and the Atlantic Ocean in the middle. And we could repeat this picture between and use the center point as being the Pacific Ocean, if you will. Or we could use that as any body of water. The point of the matter is that if we change the physical structure or chemical structure of the Earth's crust, we can make a product called cement. And what happens to cement in its process, it goes from being what we started with the Earth's crust as being SiO2, in other words, silicon dioxide. It is now silicon with 4 oxygens. But to make the cement, and which allows it to turn into concrete, we put it in a cement mixer. And so what's interesting is the cement mixer rotates, right? And if you look inside the cement mixer, you see these paddles, and these paddles transition from one side of the cement mixer to the other side. And so there has to be a hole in the cement mixer so that you can put the materials inside the cement mixer. And as this cement mixer starts to rotate, the products inside get all mixed up. But it's interesting to note that the products seem to fall to the bottom all the time. So they kind of flip and they fall down and they flip and they fall down. And, you know, it's a very laborious process. But, you know, the only time that we see the crust forming is when we dump the cement out of the cement mixture and let it do what we call cure. Okay, so we can make a lot of products with this cured product. We call this cured product concrete. And I want to talk about concrete poles, because we talked about telephone poles in the past, because sometimes they're wood and now sometimes they're concrete. And then we hook up these transmission lines so that we can transmit our energy around the world. But anyway, I'm not making commentary about that. I just want you to know that sometimes they're organic and sometimes they're inorganic. So let's look at the inorganic concrete poles. Well, they're made with a different kind of cement mixer. First of all, you have to have a form. So you could say, well, the cement mixer was a form, But the cement that we made in the cement mixer didn't manifest the form of the mixer. It manifested the form of that which we formed it into. And so this cement mixer is a form, and it makes a pole-like form. So you can see there's two halves, and the two halves to come together to make a whole. And speaking of holes, there is a hole in the center. And then in the top right-hand corner, you see this form rotating on wheels, but they're rotating a lot faster than that cement mixer I showed before. And in that process, it acts like almost like well, it does act like a centrifuge. And so what happens with the centrifuge is that the more dense material now plasters itself to the outside of the form, and then what's left inside is a hole. So in the bottom right-hand picture, you see the manifestation of these concrete poles, and compare that to the top left-hand picture where you have a bunch of slop that you put into a form. And, you know, if you wonder how you get the hole in the middle, well, this is how. And so what you see is a manifestation of a concrete pole with a hole in the middle. Isn't that interesting? Okay. And so, these are bamboo poles. Bamboo poles are also tall and straight. And if you cut them in half, you see how you can have these two halves and they look like a form, don't they? But they are not a form. They are the form artifact. They are the artifact of the form. And when you cut these bamboo poles, they're hollow in the center. So Mother Nature has been able to make a bamboo pole the same way that we have made a concrete pole, except that the bamboo pole is organic and the concrete pole is inorganic, but both have an outside form and a hole in the middle. Okay. So there has to be some kind of rotation that makes this pole, because as you can see, it's pretty round. Well, you know what? The Earth rotates. And the thing about this Earth is that we have many different minerals within the Earth. As we've discussed, we have copper in Chile, we have oil in the Middle East, we have gold in the Far East. Not only, but you know, the thing is, all of these are within the rotating Earth. So what is interesting is that when we put all that slop in the cement form, we created a concrete form. We created a concrete pole. When the bamboo poles were made, we created a bamboo pole. But with this Earth and its rotation, yeah, we can make a concrete pipe. I mean, a copper pipe, sorry. We can make a copper pipe, but it isn't messed up with an oil, and it isn't messed up with the gold. We can extract the copper in one zone, the oil in one zone, and the gold in one zone. And yet they are all part of this rotating form. And they are all unique. And as we said before, so each of these minerals have a soul. And we mine these in various locations within this rotating field we call Earth. And each of these mines have a soul. And because they're all unique and in their specific mines and specific minerals in specific mines on this general earth, the earth has a soul and they're all well organized. So what does that mean? That means we have a maggrav on this earth. The earth is a maggrav. It's a balanced magnetical gravitational field. And so that takes into account the fact that it's rotating and that it has poles. But it's three-dimensional. And so when we look at this earth, we see that there is a crust and there's a magnetosphere. And so we said through the plasma energy exchange that energy gets absorbed and energy gets emitted. But when we're absorbing, it comes in. And then more energy has to come in. And it keeps coming in. And to balance that out, which is what a maggrav is a balance between the gravitational field forces and the magnetical field forces, then energy also has to go out through repulsion. And so that manifests itself as an emission of energy going out, and energy has to keep going out, and more energy has to go out. And at what point is it out? At what point is it in? And if the earth is like the bamboo, and the bamboo is constructed the way of the concrete pole, we find that we are not below the crust. We live on top of the crust. But we consider the earth as beyond the crust. In other words, we live between the crust and the magnetosphere. To us, the boundary of the earth is the boundary of the magnetosphere. What's going on here? So when we look at the concrete pole, which is made of the Earth's crust materials, we find that the outer limit of the concrete pole mimicked the inner limit of the concrete form. But when we looked at the bamboo, organic bamboo, the outer limit of the pole is limited by something that we can't see because we didn't have a form there. But when we look at the earth, we say that the physical construct of the earth is the crust, but we live outside of the crust in this non-visible area, which we call the atmosphere. But we recognize that the atmosphere goes up to the magnetosphere. Well, I don't see an atmosphere around the bamboo pole. And I don't see an atmosphere around the concrete pole. But I do see an atmosphere around the earth, because the earth is between the crust and the magnetosphere, and that the boundary of the earth is above the magnetosphere. So in other words, the rotation of the earth is the transmission zone. The polar relationship is the transition zone. And the earth itself includes an area around, which is the transmutation zone. And so this form, that creates our Earth is not visible, but our Earth is a maggrav, and our Earth is stable. And so it's a balanced maggrav. So we can now see that that is the proof that a maggrav is invisible. So somehow the energy is transmuted from this maggrav condition into our physicality. And our physicality is somehow manifested from this invisible maggrav. And that crossover point, and I don't know where that point is, but I can't see it. So the fact of the matter is that our physicality is a confirmation of the plasma reality and its ability to cross over through this no man's land, and our inability to confirm this, recognize this, be awake to this, acknowledge this, and then therefore understand this has put limitations on our soul. And all that has done is limited our understanding of the difference between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And so we have now discovered that there is a plasmatic air and a physical air. The plasmatic air is not visible, but it's a feeding system that comes from the plasmatic nitrogen, the plasmatic hydrogen, the plasmatic oxygen, the plasmatic carbon. All of these constitute what we call the plasmatic amino acid. And as a result of this feeding, so feeding to what? To our environment. And our environment is in our atmosphere, where we see we have nitrogen, hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen. And so that environment is the feedback system. So there's the balance between the feeding and the feedback system. And isn't it ironic that we cannot see the plasmatic air and the actual real air is invisible to us, but we know it's there because it's between the magnetosphere and the crust, and that we can understand because that's our environment that we operate in. But we don't even question that when we look at the concrete pole or the bamboo pole. And then when we look at the basic DNA and we see that there is a two-way street, there is a rotating field, and there's an interaction. And then we look at the RNA and it's structured the same way, and it too is functioning, but in another dimension. And it doesn't matter that it's two dimensions. What matters is that what you have to see, which you can't see, is the third dimension, the manifestation construct. So when we look at our Earth and they say, okay, well, the Earth's crust is gravitational and the sky is magnetical, that's not us, that's the Earth. Our point of view is we are gravitational, okay, because we are the attractors of the energy. And so when we understand the plasma science, we have to understand it from our point of view. So the range transcendence that goes from our basic energy transfer state, which we know as heat and electricity, is the weakest state. And so the weakest state is the magnetical. And the strongest state is the dynamic plasma state. That is where the principal matter gravitates to. And so at some point in between, well, there's this energy transfer state, which transfers from the physical matter to the plasma matter. And so this is what we've been looking at. And now we understand that a decision has been made based on our preference and our sentimentality. So we are preferring Earth, and we have a sentimental attachment to Earth. Because if that was not the case, it would not have been born on Earth. It had been born on Mars. So if you want to understand what the difference is, all you have to do is ask yourself, where was I born? And then you don't have to get into this argument of whether or not, this is real or unreal, or whether you're a believer or whether you're a skeptic. You have to look at the environmental feeding. And so we socially have fallen into chaos here, because when we look at what is me, we put boundaries on what me is. And in order to put boundaries on this planet, we actually put fences. And isn't it ironic that we say, well, we put fences around fields? So we understand fields, okay? But if you put a fence around your field, and let's say you're looking east, so on the other side of your fence, that's not me. That's somebody else. So what I'm concerned about is what is me, and what is me is inside this fence. So what's east of the fence is not me. Okay, well, that's one side, but did you know that there's a west side as well? You have to put a fence around the whole field. And so inside the fence, that's still me. But on the other side, well, that's not me. So inside the fence, because I put a fence, that's a feedback system that tells me what me is. Outside the fence is another feedback system that says what is not me. And so what is me is based on what is not me on the east and what is not me on the west. So now I know what me is, and that's me in 2 dimensions, but we're saying that we're in 3 dimensions, right? And so it still puts a fence around of what is me and what is not me. But as observers, we're none of these 3 dimensions. So, woe is me. Let's try and clarify this a little bit. What we have figured out is that we were born, and so we did this with a trust. And we know that we awaken from sleep, and we also do that with a trust. In both of these cases, we came to the same location, the same physicality reference point, which is based on our tendency, right? Based on our sentimentality. So that sentimentality comes from us, me, inside. And so that is the proof of inner space. So the inner space was able to come into our physical space, which is the earth space. So that's the proof. And when we look at blood cells with a somatoscope in this picture, which is 30,000 times the magnification of a regular vision, and to know that today we've exceeded this by at least 4 times. It's over 125,000 magnification, but nevertheless, what we can see here is that the boundary of the blood cell, these big circles, there's a boundary there. And so what's outside of that boundary is not the blood cell. And what's inside the boundary is the blood cell. But when you look inside the blood cell, there's nothing there. And then when you look at those tiny dots, those are the somatids. And between the boundary of the somatid and the boundary of the blood cell, well, there's nothing there. But you find that these somatids move like little magnets and they bounce off each other because they all have a negative charge, right? So negative charges repel. So they're moving because energy is always in motion. So these somatids are the currency of life. And you can see the relationship between the somatid and the blood cell. It's almost representative of the relationship between the electron and the proton. So you see the blood cell, which you can't see in the middle, and you see the somatid, which you can't see with a conventional microscope. And then what you don't see is the form that has created these, because what you're looking at is a form artifact. So how do we get to the form artifact from what was causing the form? All what you're looking at here is the anchorage of the form artifact, the proof of the inner space anchorage, the sentimentality of coming to Earth. So from the Earth's point of view, we say, well, you know, when we look at the double rainbows and we say, okay, well, there's two rainbows. Okay, so there's inside of the first rainbow is our 3 dimensions. And then they're outside of the double rainbow. Well, that's another 3 dimensions. But in between the 2 dimensions, the 2 rainbows, there's this dark matter. And so we find that the higher energy feeds the lower energy, and the dark matter is stronger than the light matter. So the light matter, in fact, becomes the feedback system. The dark matter becomes the feeding system. And the thing is that we can't see this space in between because it's not there, but we can see through it because we can see through to the other side. So the boundary between the inside and the boundary to the outside is transparent, but there is a boundary there which we can't see, that is non-visible. And so that is our earthbound viewpoint. And so we discussed in plasma science about superconductivity and how there's a physical acceleration of energy through the magnetical gravitational relationships, and how that can be accelerated through laminar flow. And so through the laminar flow, we find that, well, wait a second, if we have the gravitational on the outside and the magnetical in the center, then we know that the gravitational is more dense than the magnetical. Well, isn't that funny? That's exactly the way we make concrete poles. We put them through a rotating field, and the concrete plasters itself to the outside of the form, and then there's a hole in the middle. And in that hole in the middle, which is at the core, the energy has to go somewhere, and it has to go somehow. And the boundary, the gravitational boundary, is determined by an invisible form. And then when we look at the rainbows, the 2 rainbows, we find that they follow each other uniformly. There's a sleeve, a very uniform sleeve between the 2 rainbows, but we find that the gradient from the inside rainbow, the inside is blue and the outside is red, and then the outside rainbow, the inside is red and the outside is blue. But this inversion is what gives us the opportunity for this superconductivity. So what's in between these 2 rainbows is this field flow, and it's a laminar flow of superconductivity. And so we have been deciding that what we're doing on this planet, well, that's me. And what we're seeing in so-called outer space, we're seeing the sun, we see the other planets, we see the galaxies. That's also part of me. But this area in between me and me, well, this is not me, right? Because that's a boundary. And we can see right through that boundary. That boundary is a fence. So which is it? Because you see, the direction and strength of the flow is determined by these gradients. And so there's a gradient charge. And then the strength of this charge can affect the gradient as well. So either way, whatever you have with respect to field strength is based on the totality of all three dimensions we would call transmutation. And this becomes the plasma. So the plasma, however, has a core. And what's in this core? And so we've seen with the bamboo pole and the concrete pole that there's nothing there. And that nothingness creates a positioning. And that positioning to what? It's positioning to another dynamic plasma. And it is this interaction of these dynamic plasmas which leads to the dynamism. And this is how energy in motion works. And it's all dependent on these relationship reference points. And so from there, we look at the synergy that develops, and the field strength is determined by the susceptibility. And that's why we can go through all of these ranges, transcend all of these ranges, and stay within our reference on this planet. And so this all follows the basic plasma feeding rules, which we've talked about. And we understand that the higher field strength feeds the weaker field strength. And then, however, when you get two of the same strength coming together, but in the same, they lead to a conflict point. And so in between this conflict point is a conflict field. And this is all based on the magnetical field forces we call attraction and repulsion. It's all based on the same thing, gravitational and magnetical field forces. These field forces represent the feeding system and the feedback system. And so this is a two-way street. We have to understand that there's creation and there's decay. This creation is part of the emission, and the decay is part of the absorption. So we find that the decay talks about rottenness, and it's not the case at all. It's a decay is a transmutation of energy exchange in a lower field strength. And that's done as part and parcel of the dilution of energy. And in that process, we can do creation through emission and creation through absorption. This is an advanced insight class. So the neutron, in the form of the Kesh model of nuclear decay, creates not only the electron-proton combination, but a release of the PM ticks, that missing component that we can't see, that fence between what we are and what we are not. But when you look at this, the neutron is a neutron. And so that's what it is. And it decays into an electron proton, and that's what it is. Well, if that's what it is, then this thing, the release of the PM ticks, is, what is that? Is that what it is, or that is what it's not is? And so we find that there's a bond between this motion, this bond between the ray motion of creation and the ray motion of decay. But in that process, they both create and they both decay. And so that all depends on susceptibility. And so you have a bond between the neutron and the electron-proton combination. And you have a bond between the creation to a higher field strength or the creation to a lower field strength. And in either case, this bond is not visible. And when we can't explain it, then we have to fudge its existence. And so we call this a covalent bond. And then we can see that we know what we can see based on the physicality spectrum. But now we have to understand that there's a plasmatic spectrum that precedes the physicality spectrum. And it crosses over this no man's land of covalent bonding in whichever direction you want to go. And so this is what's manifest in the cups of life. We have cup 1 and cup 2, and both cups have a magnetical and a gravitational field. And it is most important to keep it going because we have to understand the emotional and the physical aspect of these cups. And then we see that when we create this construct, when we create this pattern, we are able to manifest ganses, amino acid, and more water. And then we are able to attract the soul. And then we find that each cup has a magnetical field, a gravitational field, and a soul field. And then collectively, all the 5 cups, which we have, the cup of soul, the cup of emotion, the cup of physicality, the cup of inertia, and the cup of the earth, they all have a magnetical field and a gravitational field and a soul field. So when we understand the matter plasma spectrums, we understand its basic relationship between a feeding and a feedback system. And this is all based on the attraction and repulsion of the common denominators, where the common denominators will attract and the non-common denominators will repel. And the energy that is created as a result through the creation of the higher energy strength or the creation of the lower energy strength. These are all feeding packs that are created. And they don't just go on this earth, they go throughout outer space. And they also go through inner space. And so now what we're looking at is the dream energy of the spirit. And we know that the spirit is indomitable because it always defaults to the soul energy. And the soul energy and the spirit energy contributes to the spice of life because we're 7 billion of us. And we're all unique and all going through this transformation. And this transformation is now looking at going from the plasma state to the physical state, and from the physical state to the plasma state, across this vanishing point, which is the midpoint between the transparency point and the manifestation point. Which is what we're talking about today, the manifestation point, which goes beyond the crust. And so we see that this inversion feeding that is between these 2 rainbows is actually a transmission rail, a transmission of another field, a plasma field, a plasma dome. And this will be the answer to the game of life that we like to play that we call tic-tac-toe. And we still won't be finishing that game today. What we will discuss is the feeding soul intention versus the feedback environment intention. And so this is the relationship between the emotions of presence and the presence of physicality. There's that crossover point. And so the initial reactors that we were making, they were physical, and the reactors themselves created fields. And then those fields created another dynamic plasma field. So the fields that the plasma reactors created was a feedback, and the dynamic plasma that those fields created was actually a feedback feeding. And so this allows us to now drop the physical aspect of it and elevate to the next level, because we don't need to dwell on that. So we know that this emotion of presence, which is manifest into the presence of physicality, comes from our preference. Our preference is part of the feeding of the soul of the man. And our sentimentality is our feedback from the environment of this earth. So the balance between the preference and the sentimentality is the emotion of presence. And so that is our plasma dome. And that plasma dome is our soul spectrum, because that is the reference between the feedback and the feeding of our soul spectrum. And our soul spectrum sits in the core. And the field that goes around our soul spectrum is the radiance. So the radiance is our aura, and our body is our physicality. The skin around our body is the boundary of the concrete pole. And so when we look at the Earth's crust, the skin of our body is the same as the Earth's crust. But the atmosphere between the Earth's crust and the magnetosphere is our aura. And the strength of our aura is determined by our sincerity and our morality. And that interacts with another plasma. And the determination of that is limited by its sincerity and morality. And it's the auras that interact. So our emotion of presence is affected by the feeding of another source. So that source is our soul. And that source is also at the source of another plasma. So the source of one plasma and the source of our plasma interacts. And based on our preference, which is our preference to be sentimental to this earth, is the feeding and the feedback and the form artifact of the emotion of presence. So this is how we cross over this no man's land for our aura interacting with another aura. So the manifestation of the singularity of the field that we represent with respect to our body is contingent on the relationship with all the other plasma fields around. And so this is where we have limited ourselves in our understanding and interpretation and application of the plasma science, because it's always me, myself, and I, as opposed to the collective soul. And this is where we have when we put the limitations, we say the limitations of our energy is based on the speed of light, and the speed of light is determined by the physicality of this environment. And the physicality of this environment is limited to the crust of this earth. And we know that that's not true. So there is a feedback system. And so we have the vertical enhancement and the horizontal enhancement units, which help us differentiate between what we call man-made laws and the universal role of man. Better to explain, there's a difference between the earth space, which we're familiar with, and outer space, which we don't understand. Because what we do understand is this point of transmutation when we go to sleep, this plasmagen state, which is the in-between state, the in-between the here and the there. And so we have this vision enhancement unit, which helps in that. It involves the plasmagen interaction. And this is our gift to the US military, if they would only move to the next level to assist our boys to recover from PTSD, which is part of soul enhancement, spirit enhancement, and soothing the pain of being witness to the feedback modifications that we have imposed on what was originally the default pathway manifestation of why we were born here. We are born here to serve, not to kill, murder, and steal. And so when we define plasma, understand that it's a kind of energy state, and there are many different energy states, and we can transcend all of these energy states and then supersede the limitations of science. And this is important because there's a relationship. We give so much time and attention to what we call our awake state, which involves a scientific responsibility, and then this nebulous discussion of our dream state, which involves our spiritual responsibility. So when we combine these two field forces and bring them together, this is how the plasma science adds to the knowledge. And so the limitation isn't just on our knowledge, but on the rate of change. And so if we mix things with a conventional cement mixer, things will just plop around. But if we put this through a high-speed rotating field, then we will get a concrete pole. And then if we elevate our knowledge, then we'll get a home like the earth with an atmosphere, and our auras will radiate. And so this is how we see where the science meets the soul of man. It has to be for peace. So this is the difference between the awake state and the dream state. It's this relationship, and it is a relationship. And so we can understand that this relationship can be interpreted as the difference between the nano state, which is our nano coding, and the in-between the nanos, which we call the nano gap state, right? And one is visible, one is non-visible, but they are there, and we know that they are there because we have all seen the form artifacts of it between the earth space and the inner space. That's what we're talking about. These are the two fields that we have this relationship. But that's how we operate within our understanding of our earth environment. We understand the plasma dilution, we understand the art of dreaming, but we don't fully understand the art of knowing by connection. And we are on the verge of breaking through because it has to do with the sequencing of the souls. So when we take the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth, this attracts the soul of the man, and we call that convergence. So now that you have the soul of the man plus the soul of the earth, that attracts the soul of the body. That's the inversion. But the inversion is the in-between state. It is when we add the soul of the body to the soul of the earth, then we manifest into the physicality of the body. So this is the default pathway to the manifestation point, what we call the divergence of all the spice of life variety on this planet. So we see that the matter-gen state, which is the chromosome structure of all of our cells, is the feeding state and the feedback state manifestation. That becomes the manifestation point. But we didn't say if that manifestation point is physical or plasmatic. What we do say is that we understand the soul of our body, but that is part of our inner space. And we certainly understand the physicality of our body, but that is part of the earth space. It is the soul of the sun and the soul of the man that is part of the outer space. So this is the truth about the lies. The soul of the man cannot lie. The soul of the man is transparent. It's the soul of the body that is the carrier of the intention. The physical body, which is the manifestation point, cannot hold on to this. But the aura can. The aura can hold on to this field of intention. And this is why the universal community will not engage with the earthbound community, because they don't listen to what you say. They look at what's in your soul. The manifestation point of your intention is totally transparent to the universal community. And as we become skillful in seeing this true manifestation point, then we find that within the, shall we say, the requirement to enter the universal community, we have to be morally responsible. And we have to be truthful with our intention. Because our skill level will elevate to a higher manifestation point. And that manifestation point will combine with the transparency point, so that we can see the true intention of man. And when the true intention of man becomes invisible, becomes visible, the true intention of man, which man thinks is not visible, and when that becomes visible, then man will be able to elevate to the universal community. So the energy binding that creates the form is transparent to us, but the form is manifest. And how we do this at the expense of others, that has to stop. So we have a new understanding of the definition of manifestation. When two fields come together, they form another. And it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. So yeah, it can be non-visible or visible, but in either case, it's a reality. So there is a plasmatic reality and there is a physical reality. But the physical reality may be the manifestation point, but the plasmatic reality will always be a manifestation point. The manifestation point of the emotion of presence. That is the form artifact of energy and motion. at the manifestation point, whether it's tangible or non-tangible. So what does that mean? If you are defined by your fence, or by your boundary, and you say, this is me, and beyond the boundary, this is not me, then you are defined by what is not me. And if that is done in the East, it is the same done in the West. And so when you say, well, this is me, and beyond the boundary, this is not me, then you are defined by what is beyond the boundary. So the truth is that what you think you are is not you. What you are is defined beyond your boundary. You are defined by your feedback. So in fact, that your physicality is a feedback, but it is not you. What you and me is beyond the boundary. It's beyond the boundary that say this is me, and what's inside the boundary, well, this is not me. So our existence on this planet, inside the first rainbow, our 3 dimensions there, well, this is not me. And outside of the second rainbow, well, this is not me. That's a shadow of me. And so if that shadow of me is a shadow of what? It's a shadow of my environment. So the shadow of me and the environment of me is not me, because what's me is within this plasma dome of energy, superconductive energy. That's me, because it is from me in exchange and engaging the energy of the earth. So that produces me in the physicality. The physicality does not produce the soul. The physicality is the home for the soul in this environment. So now we have guideposts. How do we cross this vanishing point? So we have a transparency point where we can see the other side, and we have a manifestation point that we can see the difference between, from wherever we are, a kind of dematerialization or a materialization depending on field strength. In fact, this materialization can go so far as to say in physicality or in plasma field strength. And this is what we will be discussing in the future. But today, we just want to get back to normal. And the normal seeks freedom and emancipation. See, the universe is normal. The universe already has this. But the thing is, we have come to an existential crisis where we have to harvest the plasma energy of the plasma universe. But man's existence is not only with respect to this planet. The universal community has the same concern, because within the nearness and proximity of the earth space is this inner space. And what we're all looking is for this gain of function, where we have an understanding of what it actually is this manifestation point. And what exactly is this transparency point? And then having this insight of the vanishing point between the me-ness and the not me-ness. What is me and what is not me? And so that becomes a transmutation point. And so we need to gain the knowing of this transmutation point so that we can gain on this universal functioning, not just us, the universal community as well. The whole universal community has a contiguous connection with us. And it is this knowing by connection, which is the connection between the feeding system of outer space and the feedback system of inner space, which we are now currently participating in directly. And so this Peace Dome investment that we're making is this transition point. This transition point is our manifestation point, how we will be combining from beyond the dream state to the awake state. This is the bringing together what we seek, the greater oneness between the independent dependent, that is you and I, for the common good of you and I, right? So there's a feeding radiance that we have, and there will be a feedback radiance of what we wish. And so this is the dynamic residue that comes from the magnetical maggrav positioning of attraction and repulsion, where each of us is independent, but we are also able to feed others by reaching them. And then we make an emotional transformation by teaching them. And so that brings us to one nation, one planet, one universe. And so we see, how do we connect with outer space? We have to cross over this transparency point, space, and this manifestation point, space, which, as you can see from the universal community badge, that is a non-specific space. But from our point of view, it deals with the Earth space, and where we're going is into outer space. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are calling all Earth shareholders, both near and far. There's a World Peace Treaty. We need to sign it with a pen and with our heart and with our soul. See, our physical and emotional transformation rate depends on the source and the balance of the feeding and the feedback system. So we are looking for the transmutation from the transparency point to the manifestation point. And the universal language of freedom always defaults to its default position, and it listens, because plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. Welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of the lesson today. Thank you all for listening. Hope you enjoyed the trip.
Well, we did enjoy the trip. Thank you very much. Again, very provocative and gives us a lot of food for thought. So as one singer said, we're about to break on through to the other side consciously, even though we've all been doing it. And when we look in the mirror, that's not really us. These are just the clothes we put on at this position and this strength. But we kind of like those clothes. So, and of course, we shouldn't litter. So we'll be taking those clothes with us in so many ways. Thank you, Alex. Before we go into any questions for Alex, is there anyone here for the first time? You'd like to share your name, maybe where you're from, and how you found our meeting? I see a few names here in the list that I haven't seen before. That doesn't mean you haven't been a knowledge seeker for a long time, but I just haven't recognized your name in this particular group. Anyone like to open that up? Yasmin?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I'm so excited to
Welcome.
be here. Thank you. My name is Jasmine, and I've been listening to your recordings and to Mr. Kesh's recordings for 2 to 3 years. And I've started making my cup of life recently, sharing it with other people. And I was having a hard time figuring out what time in my area was this class. And I finally signed on thanks to Lissy Giraldo
Yes.
and a few other people that I've met recently. So I'm so excited to be here and blessed to be in all of your presence.
Well, great. We always key off of the Central European time. Right now, they moved their clock, so it's Central European summertime. So all the times are usually listed there. So whatever your time zone is, for me, I'm 6 hours behind. So I just subtract 6 from whatever's in the schedule on social media or whatever. And then, of course, we have the spring change, and they don't change at the same time in the fall change, which they're, I think, behind us. But that's the way I usually calculate it out. And yes, I feel what you're doing. When I signed up to become a private student, I was a little apprehensive about joining the classes because I don't know anything. And so I would just be studying for a few months, and then I joined the private classes. And after 5 years, I'm still sort of in that position. I don't know much. Either I'm not learning as much as I should, or the knowledge is just so vast and so immense that we're starting to grab a little bit of it, or a piece of it, or a small percentage of it. But thank you, Jasmine, for your presence here with us today.
Thank you.
Anyone else here for the first time that'd like to share your name, where you're from, and how you found this meeting? And thank you, Lissy. We're all doing a little bit of work in a big way, I guess. And so it's a beautiful bouquet, as Mr. Kesh said. The family is growing. And even though we have some difficulties sometimes, as with any bouquet, there's a few big families do have a tendency to, or there's some few thorns in that bouquet, but that's okay. We're all part of this big and growing family and merging into the universal community family. So anyone else that would like to share, if you're here for the first time? Again, I see a couple of names, and I don't want to call you out. We'll just leave it up to you. And I do see another familiar name, and John has just joined us. We did review, John, some of your what you said last week. Mr. Kesh has been in the various meetings, and he's always referred back to what you said in this teaching last week as a reference, in a way. And I know that unit was an earlier unit, and so it's even, again, it's more improved. But would anyone else like to add anything before, while Alex is warming his tea or coffee? I don't know what he's having today. As I said, this is a round table. It doesn't depend on your knowledge per se. We're all equal at this table. And I think that's the way Mr. Kesh has set it up, as sort of a one-room classroom where you have different students at different levels, and we all learn from each other. So it's very beautiful, the way this is all put together. And again, I don't understand the totality of it all. And even at this level of going through some of these systems, we still won't grasp the full totality of it. There's so many knowledges to learn. And as he said, there's thousands of steps in this ladder. And again, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon of life in the universe. And we're just starting to comprehend. And tomorrow is the unveiling of some of this very advanced technology. And of course, in exchange for peace, it will be shared.
Hey, Mark, can I
Yes.
ask this, John?
Yes,
Can
I
I ask you a
recognize your voice, John.
Well, I think I have that distinctive voice.
Yes, we all have a certain signature about us, don't we?
Is anybody in this group has signed up for the spaceship experience?
I think Steph has. I have partially signed up for it. For some reason, the system wouldn't let me pay the other amount, but we'll call them and find out why. But
The reason that I asked, and I was kind of hoping that Mr. Kesh would be here to kind of confirm my thinking, but let me share it with everybody here, and you can discuss it and see what you think. So these energy fields that we're going into are a consciousness energy, and as more people go into these fields, the more energies that is added to these energy fields of this, I'll call spaceship. So if it's my thinking that the person that goes in later would have the benefit of, I'll say, a higher degree of energy fields, in that they have the totality of everybody that's come before them. And not only that, but it's also my thinking that if an elevated soul, somebody who has mastered their life path, if you will, if they went into that unit prior to you, that the energy fields that you got after they had been in there would be greatly accelerated. And the more people that go in that are advanced, the easier it will be to travel the depths of the universe. So
kind of like cascading in a way.
like a cascading, because it's like, now I also had the thinking that there's nothing that stops us from requesting higher beings to join with us in those energy fields when we go into them. So even though, maybe an elevated soul hasn't gone into the unit yet, when we go in, it's our choice to request elevated souls to join with us in our experience and add to the collective understanding, including potentially asking Mitra to join with us in the spaceship creation. That's kind of what we're doing, is we're creating the spaceship.
Yes, he said none of this would be possible if Mitra was not here at this point in time.
But I wonder if you can actually, request that Mitra be a part of the creation. I don't see why you couldn't.
I think she already is in a way, but asking couldn't hurt. As I've said jokingly, John, I'm looking at your picture, but don't look now. Look who's behind you.
Yeah.
I see that
All
little
my
yellow
friends.
fellow. Yes, all of our friends. Exactly. We're part of this family, even though we don't realize it. Stephanie has signed up for the flight to Linz. I think she's taking a mobile. Gallup will be there tomorrow. Francine is saying I am going on the 14th E. Tony said he signed up for 10 of June. Kay has said he signed up. So there's a number of people here.
Would any of them like to comment on the thoughts that I had and what their thinking is in regard to this scenario?
Hi, sorry, it's Diane. Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, kind of hoping because I can't afford any of that. So I was thinking because I live closer to Arizona, hopefully by the time I can, there'll be more fields to play with or learn from. Okay, I'm done.
Thank you, Diane. And again, there's no right and wrong here, so no one's going to make a judgment about what you think or what you say. As Mr. Kesh said, when we go into the unit, we will believe what you say and what you experienced. So again, everyone will probably interact a little bit differently with these systems, depending on you're the captain of your own ship. So as he said, we're not going to tell you where to go, what to do. Jalal.
Hi, Mark. Hi, everyone. For Diane, just sincerely, just ask, and you shall receive. Really, this is the point from all this teaching, that you are the creator and it will manifest. There is no choice other manifestation. But you need to be sincere. If this is really what you want, it will be manifest. Don't worry.
And Jalal, that you were in the German teaching, yes? Didn't he say one of the keys or the secrets of this is to become detached? Didn't he say this is a secret of going into these systems, detachment?
Look, we always work with the matter state and emotion. And we learn that everything need to be seen or feeling of it. That's why we are exist. But do you work with something no one see and no one feel? Even if you work with that, there is no one who confirm what you are doing. Even yourself. So if you drop this matter state, seeing or hearing or touching and feeling, and you go to this, which is non-tangible, this is the step which all of the knowledge seekers tomorrow, they will experience. Only them who will be in this journey, and how much they believe in their selves that they took this journey and they control it in any shape, in any form. So detach from the matter state and attach yourself to the soul level. The soul level, which is, even whatever we say, it's beyond our imagination. It's the same of the dream. It's you go to sleep and you fly and you do a lot of things, but you come out nothing happened because it's a dream. We believe it. But change the position. This dream is really happens in the soul level. Believe it and work with it. You remember it, so there is a position for it in your physicality. So it exists. Increase it. So what you do, you drop, you detached from what they said, reality, that this dream will be your reality. Every one of us really capable of that because we do it. Every day we do it. But we need someone to tell us, yeah, you know, you are doing it. This is the right thing. Do it again. So detach from something, attach yourself to higher level. And this attachment is the soul level. And then no one will see it, so you do not need to confirm it. And this is really attachment from confirmation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jalal. And Jefferson said he's going to make the mobile experience. Steph, did you say, again, let's get back to what John was asking. I thought Steph said that the mobile experience wouldn't start till November. But I remember in one of the teachings where he said the universal community likes to have a lot of members in their ship or something along this line. And maybe this is the line that John is thinking along. And again, they're not really traveling with the soul. So we're going, and actually they're a little bit maybe jealous of some sort, or Mr. Kesh said he had to settle this position with them, why they're not, because he's often said that we're both in the same position trying to get back to the mother, and why would we get to understand this sooner than they would? But as John said, maybe we can invite them to be part of it, or they may just appear and be part of it.
So that's a good point, Mark. Up until recently, I often wondered, you know, because I've seen the deficiency in the universal community, but we've always considered the universal community to be superior to this lowly human species. And it's not really a matter of jealousy, or it has to do with the fact that we've never really given ourselves the credit. I never looked at the fact that the manifestation into the physicality was an advanced form, because the physicality was of a lower field strength. So lower is lower and higher is higher, right? So, you know, the part of aspiration is you aspire up, you don't aspire down, unless you're something else. But this is the whole point. And now I see that the upness and downness with respect to the energy strength is only determined by the energy strength in terms of its manifestation point, but not with respect to our prejudice, which we can see in, for instance, well, we have a lot of prejudice in North America, but we should be aware of the caste system in India, where you have you know, you have Brahmins and you have untouchables, and you have all levels in between, and so it's like it's not a league of nations, but it's a league of worthiness, you know. when you become more worthy, then you're higher in the caste, and you're given more esteem and privilege in the society, and all that is really a manifestation based on a point of view, which has nothing to do with, you know, the universal flow of energy. It is an artificial concocted manifestation on this planet. And so as a result of that, you know, we have this feeling of inferiority. And that feeling of inferiority in many ways is justified based on our self-serving actions. But the point is that the self-serving actions are fundamental to our physical reality. And it is from that position that we can give and take. And it is from that position that we can travel through the universe. And I've always been of the belief, well, the universal community could do that. Well, they, up until now, have been able to do it better than us. However, I didn't know that their technology is also limited. I thought that they had already transcended that knowledge, but according to Mr. Cash, this is not true. And so the fact that we're breaking through with this technology is not a matter of superiority or inferiority. And it's not a matter of, you know, who gets there first. It's, I think, a lot closer to John's question, and it has to do with the strength of the field. So by creating the field in the first place, which is being able to transcend and elevate this manifestation point into another field strength, the more of us that participate in this, the stronger that field strength would be. That is just, you know, that just makes total sense. If I may just add one other point with respect to the aura, and people have this aura that is of different field strength. And for the average person, this is not a point of discussion because they can't see the aura, but there are people who are clairvoyant. And what they will tell you is that the color manifested by the aura represents the true intent of the intention of the soul. So someone who is a clairvoyant has an advantage over you in that not only can they sense whether or not you're telling the truth and whether you're sincere, but they have a direct confirmation based on your aura, which they can see. So it's to elevate our skill set to be able to see this manifestation of this aura and see the truthfulness without the ability to physically see, if you will. But there are tricks, and you know, I personally haven't learned those tricks, but you know, I have seen the result of this manifestation point. And so this is one of the benefits that the universal community has, is that they can see whether or not we're truthful and sincere. And so what we find, and I think John can add more insight into this, but you know, Mr. Kesha said there are people who will actually go to the unit with a stated intention, and actually at that point where they have to physically convert their intention to getting into the units, and they decide, no, you know, I'm not ready, and shall we say, check it out. But that is when the intention and the true intention and the false intention come together, And then there's a point of repulsion, and that becomes the manifestation point. So whether or not we go ahead with this technology is based on the true intention of all of us around. And so we've come to the realization that the majority on this planet are normal, and the majority of our population on this planet has a true intention of not only enjoying heaven on earth, but engaging with the universal community and extending the peace as we can extend our aura through the field strength to manifest itself throughout the entire universe. Because in the truth is in the nearness of the universal community, they are suffering the same way that we are.
I noticed in the chat that Lisbeth put a note about the Zoom starting at 9 o'clock CET tomorrow. I don't know that that's the case. I thought that they were going to open the Zoom when they got results back that they could report on versus trying to do it first thing in the morning for them. Has anybody heard something different that they are going to start at 9 o'clock?
I heard, he said to just be aware and look and keep sort of tabs on that room number, the 503, the public number, and he didn't say specifically, but he said keep an eye on it when we're going to present something or share
That's
something.
what I thought. And my feeling is it's probably going to be later in the day.
Yes, I think I remember him saying Dean was going to be taking people's information, and then but he didn't give a time, but he did say that Dean would be helping to give us that information.
Interview them in a
Later.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, later. But I don't know, maybe there is something new going on.
And it was interesting that we're kind of in awe of these spaceships and everything, and we think that they have everything to teach us, and we don't have much to teach them. Mr. Kesh said that's not true at all. Many of them would love to operate in the matter state. They'd actually feel like royalty if they could operate in the matter state. And we are experts in a way, he said, operating in the matter state. So I think there'll be a lot of sharing of knowledge coming up in the future between.
Mark, are you talking about the spaceships or extraterrestrials?
No, I'm just talking about entities, the citizens from the universe, that they're not familiar or not able to operate very easily in the matter state. Some of them don't even feel that they'd want to get this low energy level, as he said, but he said they're missing many of the beauties that you can experience at this level. So we have a lot to teach them, he said.
So there's a whole spectrum of various beings out there in the universe, more than people realize.
Yes.
Many people realize, and they operate many of them operate in different frequencies. Some of them are more elevated and some of them are less elevated. You're going to find a whole spectrum. And one of the problems that the extraterrestrials, most of them have in, like, for example, showing up on our planet or bringing us on board their ships, is that our energies are so low that it brings their energies down. We haven't managed to manage our own energies to where we don't bring their vibrations down. So one of the criteria for I'll call it the interactions with the extraterrestrial community, is that we need to get to a point where we're elevated enough that we don't create problems for the majority of the people on board their ships. They're able to come down in density, but we need to meet them in a middle ground. And that's what we're trying to do, is meet them in this middle ground area. One of the things that they've said for many, many times is that they don't want us to be, they want us to join with them as equals. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean as equals that we know everything that they do, or we're at the same level as they are. It's that we don't feel like we're subservient to them, that they're the rulers over us. We come there as equals, and we just have a little bit more training and understanding to do before we reach or exceed their levels. It's like a classroom, if you will.
Gallup, you're going to be there tomorrow. I know he said in the chat he can't open his mic at the moment, but that was a number of minutes ago. I don't know if you're able to now.
We can try. I don't know if you can hear me well, though.
Yes, try.
Well, I'm delighted to hear you all. I'm very happy to be part of this, and maybe it's a bit of a throwback, but through what John said, thank you for your insight. But I have a feeling that there will always be a feedback, and maybe this feedback loop will close when the earlier participants get into the same level of energy state in the future or Earth future. But progressively, I think the newer entrants will feel the progressive soul of the system. Yes, but I think there is always a feedback.
And doesn't it sound like this is the GAN's computer, John, that he's often mentioned? I know he had mentioned it in other points and places, like in the first exhibition center, about these GAN's computers. So if these systems are able to remember everything about everyone, he said it's just like your soul. So, and I know one time he said it's my soul that is in the system or the system. Again, he said so many different things at different times and places, it's hard to put it together. But this sounds like the GAN's computing. He said we'd move eventually into this where just one little section of that GAN's computer could hold all the knowledge on this planet.
So it's my thinking that there probably is an aspect of Mr. Kesh's soul that created this energy field, like birthed it. Not so much with GANs, but energetically. Yeah, and I think that when you have your experience, my feeling is that you'll have that connection and it will stay with you, so that anytime that unit is turned on, I believe they're going to have them turned on all the time, because they're set up with I'll call it a 0-point energy system,
Self-charging.
operating all the time, that you'll be able to connect back into that consciousness, just like you do with your grandmother. When you think of your grandmother, there's that connection that you make. You'll have that kind of connection with this unit.
Right, because he said you wouldn't need to return or come back to Lentz in a way. Now, maybe some people will or would like to, or to see the new developments. But again, I think you'll be able to function in a way, maybe with the help of these systems, at least initially. And then, of course, the system that he talked about being 1,000 years ahead of, no one's ever seen it, or maybe some people have, but I guess it's this non-dimensional type of room or area that is 1,000 years ahead of our understanding at this point.
So Mark, I wonder with this mobile experience, what's going to happen to the person's phone? Is that going to turn into a MagRav unit, a life enhancement unit, a communication unit? I think that's going to be interesting once they start that up. I'd like to participate in that.
Oh, it's right on the website. I think Steph said that didn't start till November, but there were only around 200 or so slots available. So again, there's a reason for this. He hasn't exactly. Go ahead, Steph. I see your mic has come open.
Yeah, he told that 200 people he needs and from all over the world. And that after this, what now starts, after this experience, he will start with the simultaneous stuff. And he said around November. And 200 people are needing from all over the world. That's what I remember.
Yeah, he said that in case this planet ever gets hit by a meteor, we want to be able to remove or transport some people off of this, or everyone, I guess. I don't know exactly. But he said that, I mean, that was the reason he gave in public for that. But again, this is only an interim period.
So
Yeah.
let me add my thoughts here if I could. I think the mobile system is going to operate on like satellites. And the first satellite will be put up probably over Austria area. So you'll only be able to go to, it's like a positioning system. If you want to go to Austria, you dial up the Austrian number. As these satellites or these the satellites, maybe they won't look exactly like the satellites we think of, but they're beacon systems that will allow you to traverse the Earth, and those need to be put in place before this mobile system works. And I think what they're going to do, this is my thoughts, and I don't know this for sure, but I think they're going to operate very much like the spaceship in that, again, it will be a consciousness energy that you'll be able to tap into for, I'll say, specific travel. If they don't have a setup that's linked to the moon, then you won't be able to go to the moon. There won't be a positioning system set up for the moon. However, these systems will allow you to put these additional satellites into orbit and operate. So much like the Starlink system that Elon Musk is putting out there, I think they're going to need to have a system of these beacons that will allow for positioning throughout the Earth. And that will be the new way we you won't go by airplane. You'll dial up with a phone and go from LA to Austria by linking in with that satellite above Austria, and that will set you down in a place within the Austria community.
Okay, one of the beautiful knowledge seekers just sent this to me. I think it's just from the recent period, maybe even the last workshop, which I haven't reviewed well. So you will see the bigger picture in the coming time, in next few weeks. We're not going to waste our time with what they are doing as world leaders was, and again, this may not all be correct, was we've changed the position now, and every structure is here for us to do our work. We set it up that way. Advancement in satellite technology is for this planet. Soon becomes another technology behind it that will come out in the Keshe Foundation structure. You can't use the satellite. Yes? Yes? Okay, let me start again. Everyone hearing me? It sounded like John, not John Bliven. Advancement in satellite technology is for this planet. Soon becomes another technology behind it that will come out in the Keshe Foundation structure. You can't use the satellites. You're going to Moon and Mars. We introduce a technology which is already existing and fully understood by the universal community and part of. How do you think these UFOs you see in the sky are turned up to all come to Earth? They don't end up somewhere else. It's not coincidental. They're preset to be the same as what you preset to fly a plane from London to New York. But that's the biggest, that technology already exists in a way. You didn't have it. Now you have it to subscribe to it, to be able to use it. And the subscription is mankind to accept peace. We'll talk about more of this in detail in tomorrow's teaching and thereon. And we set the course for a change. Any questions? So thank you for that. So this is how the universal community operates, and that's how they don't go off track, I guess, to get here. I know when he was talking about building the spaceship, John, that he said that there are universal maps, in a way, of magnetical and gravitational highways across the universe, and that the universal community uses these highways, what we call highways, magnetic gravitational field flows, to navigate that way. I don't know if operating in the soul dimension works the same way, but maybe this is that mag-rev positioning system in a way.
Yeah, I think there's also portals out there that'll allow you to transverse from one space to another instantaneously. But these satellites will be needed initially.
Myrnes, did you want to add something, please? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Good night, everybody. So I have a question from John, if he wants to answer. I agree with you about the high energy of these beings compared to our level of energy. And I wanted to ask if he has noticed any of them, even by intermediary of somebody or something else, or not.
Are you clear on that, John? I wasn't clear on exactly her question, but if you are, go right ahead, please.
There's both higher and lower dimensional beings, and we've experienced both of them on our planet. Personally, I've experienced higher dimensional beings. I won't get into all of the specifics, but there's much that we'll learn in this, and all of us will learn in this near-term future that we're going through. And many of us will find out that those extraterrestrials that we're looking to interact with are in fact us. And that will be quite a shock for many people.
You said they are backing us.
They are.
They are us.
They are us.
Yes.
Us. Yeah, okay, thank you. And do you think the bad entities are active also to take us down or to go in the wrong direction? Are they active also?
They have been in the past, but many of them are leaving, that have left or are leaving this planet. Many of the activities that are going on around the planet are clearing the spaces so that we can evolve on our natural path. We've been a prison planet for a number of years, and we're now having the removal such that we can grow to our normal evolution in our normal states. I'm sure you've heard of all the, different extraterrestrial races, both above ground and underground. And, the people that, are on the planet that are not who they say they are, they're shapeshifters or, beings that are showing up in a human body, but they're not human. They're not from this planet. You can go as deep as you want into that, but it does exist, and it is true, and they are being cleaned up such that everybody operates on a more level playing field, and things like the spaceship will be allowed to see the light of day. Because probably a year ago it wouldn't be allowed, but because so many of the
Excuse me, John.
Parker.
Ed, I muted you. Okay, I thought you were going to come in here, but I'm hearing some background noise. Thank you. Sorry, John.
So I kind of lost my train of thought. Basically, the darker entities would have kept the spaceship from being shown a year ago, but now as things have changed and the space is cleaner, and now is a time where the energy levels are such that these types of things can be shown and progressed.
So do you think, is it going to be naturally on this way that they diminish, that they go away or they become smaller? Or do we still need a hard work, a hard force to combat or push them?
What you're going to see is that they won't enjoy the planet anymore because the levels and the vibration on this planet will not be compatible with theirs, and they won't be able to operate like they used to. So our souls will be elevated to the point where they talk about a splitting of the earth, where those that are can handle higher vibrations will handle it, and those that can't won't. But most of the extraterrestrials of a darker nature have left the planet. So it's not something to worry about like, before. And it's not a fight. It's just send them love.
John, oh, go ahead, Myrnis.
Yeah, not that fighting, but yes. So you think if there are some hectic actions we see, which is not normal, is it them who is frustrated and we're doing this kind of foolish things? Kind of frustrating movements sometimes we see in videos. Is it the souls which are frustrated and they don't feel good in their actual environment, that they are doing these hectic actions, negative actions?
Their agendas are falling apart because more and more people are waking up to the truth of what's been going on, and they now understand how to correct it. If people like are in this community that understand how we need to move all of humanity forward, and we do that through the elevation of souls. And when we elevate our soul, then we're in service to the collective. So it's our job to help our brothers and sisters along to allow them to move forward too. And that includes those that maybe have been, I'll say difficult actors in this play that's unfolding. So there's nothing that says that, the one that was bad yesterday can't be good tomorrow. So you'll see it kind of unfold. It's nothing to be afraid of. Matter of fact, the more you fear these agendas that are still going on, the more you give them energy. So just be the observer. Don't give them energy. If you do give them energy, give them positive energy. And that way you're part of the solution, not part of the problem.
No.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for all this information, which was so openly disclosed. Yes. Just another question. I know that I will go to Linz or wherever this thing is going to be done, whenever I can get out of this place where I am in. So I'll be there, of course, in Linz. And the thing is, do you think with the things like Linz or these things which is going on eventually, depending on my, yes, of course, my heart and my pure heart and sincerity, that we can kind of get close to the higher beings which have good intentions, and we can understand them and we can see them? Or it's still too far from us?
No, I think you know the answer to that, and the answer is yes.
Okay.
Again, it's all within you.
Okay, yes, okay. Well, so everything is going to be fine for the peace. We have done the most of the way, in a way, no?
You create your reality. So if that's what you create, that's what you'll get.
Oh, yeah, I feel very confident for these few days. I don't know why. I'm just feeling relaxed about future, whatever
It's
it
just,
is.
sorry, it's just polishing off, as Sir Kesha said a few days ago. Everything is indeed done.
Okay, Ed, did you want to come in here?
At the appropriate time when
Oh, okay.
Marinez and
Okay, I see your
others
mic
were
was
finished.
open. Yeah, I see your mic was open.
So Marinez, have you finished up?
Yes, Ed, thank you.
John, I had a question for you. In your interactions with the higher vibrational beings. Did you have any emotional responses to them?
Oh, all the time. It's an emotional interaction. Just even in your meditations, you can connect and experience the connection with your emotions. So it's not just a meditation, it's interactions. And I think I've said this before, but maybe there's new people here that haven't heard it. But when you go to sleep at night, your soul, for many of us, the souls travel, and you can set your intent in terms of what you want that soul to add to your learning experiences before you go to bed. For example, if you wish to go on board a spaceship of, let's say, the Palladians, there's nothing that says you can't set your intent before you go to bed, ask for permission to join with them in participating in service to the collective. Many of us are doing this already, but we don't remember. And part of this thing that we're going through now is a remembering of who we are and what it is that we came here to do and what it is that we've already done that we're not aware of.
So, John, were your emotional reactions in any way similar to those that you experienced in the first enhancement unit that you went in?
Yes. It's like the energy levels are greater. Like your heart flutters. And the same thing, you can interact also even with the GANS material. If you send me a GANS material, the vibration of love and gratitude, and wait for a few minutes, that love and gratitude comes back to you exponentially. And the same thing with the extraterrestrials. And it's the same thing with, your mother who passed away 10 years ago. It's all kind of one and the same. It's the energies that you interact with, except now they're at a higher vibration, so it's more real. It's of an order of magnitude greater than your interactions with a person face to face.
Thank you for that answer.
Okay, if I could just read something from the chat from Jasmine. For anyone here who is new to the technology like me, and also anyone experienced at any level would like to make Cup of Life together, we will be having Tuesday workshop via Zoom, and anyone who lives near Port St. Lucie, Florida, USA, is also welcome to come to my home on those days to learn and share together. We will put a Zoom link on the North American Telegram chat for anyone in the world to join in once we have more detail. Thanks so much. In English, but we'll translate in any language as need arise. Well, thank you very much, Jasmine. Ike has a question in the chat. John, I thought the universe is peaceful. Some of them, extraterrestrial beings in space out there, are actually bad boys.
That's true. There are sections, you always hear about wandering off into a dark alley. Well, when we travel space, there's certain sections that are those dark alleys that we don't want to go down. So it's a whole smorgasbord of good, bad, you know, little of everything. So it's important that we know where we're going and that we get there safe and without incidents. You know, much like, you know, you've seen the Star Trek movies where they interact with all of these different beings, some of them favorable, some of them unfavorable. It's no different than that.
John, do you think they are from the same creator as we are? Or could they
Sorry.
be? Oh, sorry, Ike. Yes, please. You'd like to come back?
Yeah, sorry, I dropped off. John, can you repeat your answer?
Like I just said that there's both good and bad out there, and that just like we, you know, we're told as a child to stay away from certain areas that are, you know, rougher neighborhoods or rougher
Neighborhood, yeah,
environments.
that was the word, neighborhood I was going to use.
So it's the same thing as we travel the depths of space, that there's certain areas that, you know, we wouldn't want to venture into without risking security or a fight that we don't want to get into. And we'll learn that. What you see in the Star Trek movies is very true. There's good beings and there's bad beings. Are not aligned with what we're aligned with, not aligned with peace. So this is the new world that we'll navigate. We'll have to understand who our friends are and who our enemies are and who, you know, is neutral.
Wow, thank you.
And my question was, do we think they're from the same creator as we are? Or as Mr. Kesh said, there are a number of different creators, all being created by the mother of the mother of the mother. So could they have, let's say, if they're not from the same creator as we are, could they have sort of drifted or migrated into our unicos, let's say, because we know there's multiple unicoses, and somehow sort of maybe looked for a more fertile playground in a way, in the way they understand things.
I don't know that I'm necessarily the right person to answer that.
Okay, no
But,
problem.
you know, I think you're on the right path, you know, whether it's, you know, the Satan versus the angel, you know, and, you know, the good and the bad, the polarity that's needed for this universe. I don't know with authority that the answers to that question.
Yeah, no problem. I don't know many answers myself. So, anyone else would like to ask Alex or John something? How about this, Alex? You know, we're creating material from the material enhancement unit. Now, we know when we feed from the fields, we're not actually taking another entity that has been made into a soul. So if let's say we needed oil for something, like not everyone will have a flying car, so they'll still need oil, let's say for lubrication in their engine. And we create the material from the fields. I thought when the fields come together, then that would create a soul. So would we still be, if we made gold, as the Chinese said, they could not sort of identify, they wanted more from Mr. Cash to identify the gold. I think they confirmed it was gold, but they couldn't get a point of origin because it has no point of origin when it's made in the material enhancement units. Would that be the same? Let's say we're making oil. Would that oil, well, let's say it does have a soul, but it doesn't really have a point of origin. And I think that's obviously better than taking it from, well, would it be better than taking it from the soul of the earth? Because he said like mining would be over because the earth needs these sort of things within it. It's almost like, you know, me extracting some lymph out of a person. They need that lymph. Any thoughts on that, or if you'd like to add to your understanding?
Yeah, I have lots of thoughts on that. You know what, I would really like to rephrase the question also, but you know, the basic question has to do with the materialization in the physical manifestation. And so what comes first, is the soul or the manifestation? So I think if we look at the conventional way that things are created on this planet, if we are creating from a feedback mechanism, then we are already in the physical state. But once you create that element, so in other words, all the elements on the periodic table of elements were created from the basic elements. And so they become replications and of different field strengths, but the basis all comes from the basic elements. So the basic elements being, you know, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. And once the field is created, which means it's maggrav, which means it has a magnetical gravitational balance point to that point, so that becomes a landing place for a soul. So the difference between a soul of a physical object is obviously not at the same energy level as the soul of a person. And the reason, well, not the reason, but you can test that, because in order for a stone to move, you know, you'd have to kind of pick it up and throw it, and that's how a stone can move. A plant can move, shall we say, by getting eaten by a cow and getting deposited somewhere else, or by a seed flying off in the wind. Whereas we have our own mobile capabilities, and then we have advanced capabilities where we can travel on this planet in other physical vehicles. So once we have a physical vehicle, you understand that that is made from the physical elements. And so the individual elements have a soul, but when they all come together in a maggrav condition, then comes the manifestation of the soul from there. What we're talking about in the new technology is the opposite sequence, where the soul comes first and then comes the physical manifestation. And this is something that I want to talk about more in the future. But actually not at this point in time, because it really opens up
Can I make a question?
Go ahead.
Everyone can, yes.
Yeah, is the question is not mine, it's from the girls from the Spanish community. I am translating for her. The question is, which plasma fields can help us in order to go to the higher dimensions of the universe? of the consciousness of the universe. Do you understand?
So that's a very good question because it says specifically.
Porque diz
John-
especificamente,
yeah, because it says specifically what John was talking about
porque John
before.
estava hablando sobre isso.
You're going to have to mute and listen. Your
Sorry.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah, so when we talk about field strength in terms of and identify a certain group, we have to understand that within that group, we have different levels. So if you would think of, say, ice cream, you're not saying which flavor. And so that's the same thing with field strength. You're not saying how strong. So by elevating to a higher field strength, you're not saying how far. So it's like saying, oh, I'm going to go into the elevator to go up in the building. Where is up? How far up is it? Is it the 5th floor, the 10th floor, the 49th floor? Which floor is it? So we are now coming to the realization that there are more floors. So if we say that, we're in the, we're within our universe, and that we can go through various field strengths within that universe, that is the same thing as saying on this earth, we can go through various dimensions within the range on this planet. What we go through between the crust and the magnetosphere, which involves our physicality, our motion, our mental state, our spiritual state, and our soul state, these are all operating within that range. And so this operational functionality is the same, even if we go to another range. And so if that range is between the Earth and Mars, then that functionality maintains the same. But the field strength of the interaction will be different. And the reason for that is because now we're working in a stronger field strength. Let me just put one more example. You know how to play soccer, and you playing in an industrial league. And then you get promoted to a higher league. You know how to play soccer, but boy, you can't play it the way you played it in the industrial league. You're going to have to elevate your game. So it's not that you don't know your game, you're just the quality of your game is going to have to improve. And that's what we're going through, a quality shift. So this allows me to get back to the question of whether there are so-called malevolent aliens and good aliens. When we're working in a higher soul level and you're able to see the true intention, then you can react to that intention. So, if you're operating on that intention and you have a malevolent intention, you're going to be lonely. And so these beings who have a capability of seeing the true intentions, they're playing a game with us because they can see our intention and we can't see their intention. So what you're doing is you're playing a game of poker with a mirror behind your back where they can see your cards, but you can't see their cards. And I would say that that's not a fair game. So we are now changing the field. We're no longer playing in the industrial league, where we're moving to a higher level. And so when we get into that higher level and we start to see the true intentions, then we navigate through a different scheme. And so we won't be going down those dark alleys. Right now, we are highly susceptible. So yeah, we're going through a minefield of gonna getches on this planet, and there are just as many gonna getches in the plasma state. So the skill level that we have with respect to this navigation is going to have to move higher. And so by using the plasma technology, we have the capability now in many options. One, to do it in a craft, and one to do it spiritually, or for whatever description, adjective that you want to apply. I'm just saying, we have not had these choices before. Has the universal community had these choices before? I'm going to say not necessarily. And so this goes back to something I said previously, where we as earthlings have a feeling of inferiority, and the other beings maybe have a feeling of superiority. If they have malevolent intentions, this differential in field strength is something that they would take advantage of. But if they were operating at an even higher level, they wouldn't do that, because their enhancement comes through the enhancement of others. And that is the moral rule of the universal law.
Thank you, Alex. If I can kind of add back to the question, one of the things that we do with our GANS material is we utilize fresh seawater, because the seawater contains all the elements of the universe. And by doing this, the body will take what it needs and only what it needs, but you have the full spectrum within your GANS material. So whether you're making CO2 or copper oxide GANS, you can include in that GANS material the entire spectrum if you use clean seawater.
Do you actually get it right on shore, or do you ask a fisherman, here's a 5-gallon jug when you get out, wherever you're taking the boat to fish, would you scoop me up 5 gallons? And the other question was, do you add any salt to that seawater, or are you using it as is?
The second part of your explanation is correct. We don't take it from the shore. You got to go out where it's clean and fresh, and you don't need to add salt, but you can if you find that the salinity is too low for your GANS production. We typically don't add more salt to it, and we get it from 10 miles out in a clear, clear environment.
Right. And what is typically the salinity of seawater?
I think it's 3.5%.
Okay.
How far down do you go, John? Wouldn't the seawater be clear the farther down you take it from?
Yes, we had some. We were lucky to find somebody who did it for that kind of thing for a living, where he brought back clear seawater for not only our project but other projects, and he used to go like a mile deep and pull it back up, 20 miles offshore. I don't know exactly how many miles, but it was claimed. I didn't do it myself, but they claimed it to be the best seawater you can get.
Okay, anyone else would like to ask anything here?
I'd like to ask a question
or John?
of
Yes.
John. So if that depth and that distance from the shore, would that contribute to the explanation of why there is different species of life in that part of the ocean where, frankly, the energy from the sun visibly doesn't penetrate that far deep?
I think the answer is yes.
I think so too. Thanks, Joe.
And what about the caveat about not using seawater for health applications? Is that still applicable with fresh seawater?
Yeah, I think the concern was that people would go, off the shore where a lot of the seawater is pretty contaminated.
Discharges, yeah.
And they wanted to stay away from that. You don't want to get your seawater in Japan, off in Fukushima area. You have to do things smart. But I would say if you had pure seawater, the concern for, health purposes is minimum. The CO2 waters that I drink on a daily basis were created with seawater.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Alex, as well. Just an aside, and it made me think of something here. Did you ever meet Ralph Ring? I know he was in the Sorrel circles for a while, but the reason I was thinking about him was because about he told a story, I don't know if his interview is still available, probably somewhere, about, getting in this sort of craft and then maybe going downfield a ways, picking up some material, bringing it back. Were you ever able to interact with Ralph Ring?
Yeah, I had some interactions with him. I was very familiar with his work. I don't know, many of you may already know that I'm a director with the Searle Magnetics group. So when I was working with them on some of these technologies, we had to understand everything that was out there to get a grasp on what's real and what's not real. Ralph Ring was also, I don't know how many of you are familiar, but he was also, he had moved to Paradise, California, where they had that fire. And there was talk that there was an extraterrestrial community there in Paradise, and that's one of the reasons why it burned down. But he was working with them on advanced technologies for the betterment of humanity. You can look online to hear those stories about Paradise, California, the suspicious nature of the fires that happened there. Ralph Ring was up there in that area at that time. I don't know if he's still alive now. I think he might have passed, but maybe he is.
I'm really glad you brought that up, John. So the question maybe you can help me with is those the cause of those fires. Are we ready to disclose that yet?
I can tell you what I think. I think it was direct energy weapons.
No, I think we all know that. But who was the director?
I don't want to go down that path.
Okay. So well, yeah.
Everybody reserves the right not to answer. As Mr. Kesh said, he always reserves the right not to answer.
Maybe it was someone who needs some elevation.
That's true. That's true.
What a diplomatic answer that is. Excellent.
I can say this about Paradise. Some friends of mine lived there. They still had a very hefty mortgage on their home, and the bank still asked them to pay their full mortgage, even after insurance had covered parts of it. Like John, you said, that's a great big story that's happening there. But I will say that my friends said they did see friends from other places living there. That's all I can say at this point publicly. Thank you.
Okay, would anyone else like to come in? And it's all recorded. We're going to read something at the end, and I hope anyone that is willing to will help me read it. It's one of Mr. Kesh's papers from the Kesh Wiki on dreams and so on, which we know is just another dimension of our operations. But we're going to read a little bit of that. And my point was, in this paper that Mr. Kesh wrote, I think in 2019, that everything that's happened on this planet is actually recorded in a similar way as your soul records everything by the universal community and is shared amongst them, what he said in this paper. So we'll read that before we end the meeting. And again, we were trying to keep these meetings a little shorter, but we can go on and on and on if you'd like.
Just a
John,
quick thought on that same note, is the spaceships that we're creating.
Okay.
It's my feeling that they're creating this library of consciousness energy fields of everybody that goes in there. In that, you know, if we want to speak Chinese and there's been a Chinese person that's gone before us, we can tap into that energy field of the spaceship.
Right, he said you might be coming out speaking a language that's spoken here on Earth, or maybe a universal language he was talking about as well, that none of us would understand, or I don't remember his exact words on that.
John, have you seen Hassan's question in the chat?
No, but I can read it for John. Do you know the Dogon? Any input? It is said in Mali, they have had in ancient times contact with space entities which taught them about the solar system before modern science knew about it.
I don't know specifically about that race, but there's been many races. And, you know, it's our ancient history is littered with these stories, whether it's of, you know, Atlantis and the beings that were there, or Egypt and the pyramids, or, you know, whatever else. But there's many stories out there.
Good answer. As I said, the knowledge is so vast and so immense that we haven't been able to really comprehend. And that's what Mr. Kesh said about what he's done for this planet, or the gifts he has given. We haven't even comprehended or understood fully what he is delivering here. We think we understand a lot, but I think we've got a lot more ahead of us than we, let's say, have behind us.
Hi, Mark. Hi, guys. It's Nikolai.
Hello,
Can you hear me?
Nikolai. Yes.
Hi, guys. How is everybody on this day, 1 day minus? You know, the official countdown.
T-1 and counting.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. That was the right syntax. Yeah, as you guys were speaking there, I had a thought about perhaps not really a wish, but if any of the people are going into the system and wish to learn more about the plasma science and understand the totality. I remember Mr. Kesh many times saying, try to understand the totality. It's easier to teach that way. And I thought that was a very funny thing to say, as we're grasping for straws every so often. But yeah, that might be my intention, to go in when that occurs, whenever that is, to understand the totality. I'm not sure I'm ready for that, but just wanted to put that out there. As we talk about a library being built by 200 plus knowledge seekers who have all understood this technology from different filters, what it would mean to all the beings that are there adding their layers of knowledge to the knowledge. And that kind of game of, or it's almost an infinity game, I would imagine. But like John said earlier, there would be an advantage to those that were there perhaps after the Chinese speaking individual if they wanted to learn Chinese. Well, after 200 or so knowledge seekers going into these units, all sharing their knowledge, it will be quite the library.
I think the 200 were just for the mobile experience he was looking at, plus or minus. Again, these things can change, but there'll probably be way more than that actually visiting Linz and going through there. So, but again, we probably even not even used a 10th of a percentage of the memory, even if you mapped every, he said we have 7 billion souls, plus the plants and animals that are going to go through as well. So maybe it's sort of a Noah's Ark spaceship, John, huh?
Yeah, it'll be a collective consciousness.
Hello, Nikolai. Thank you for bringing it up. What a beautiful wish. I'm present with your wish. And I just had the thought, what if we wish to become the facilitator of all the souls understanding the totality? But I guess we have to see.
Anyone else?
Yeah,
like
he
to come
told
in?
us that we decide. So if that's what you decide, then that's what it is. We just have to be true to ourselves, and we can't lie in front of our creator, which is being shown to us. So go in with the intention that feels the best for you. I'm excited to hear about the next week from all those who are participating in Linz. I feel a lot of anticipation for this week is building throughout the world, and a sense of peace as well.
I like your idea, and I think it's very much possible what you just wished. My personal experience, it comes with the pain in my case, and there was pain and wish to teach, and all of a sudden I said I have to take by the difficult way and start. And when I really decided that and I wished for that, all of a sudden I got a point which opened it up for me. And then I got relaxed. I got relaxed. I don't know why. I just thought I'd take a vacation in my mind. I think it goes by the pain, and the moment you are at the maximum of desire to get it, and in my culture, in my vocabulary, you reach the aid of God or Creator, you ask the help of. And then I even write it in the page of I'm writing. I asked that, and I told myself there is no easy way. Just try by yourself and go the difficult, boring way, translate word by word. And that day I decided to do it the hard way by myself from scratch. I found this beautiful one sentence, a mystic cache somewhere, and it related the things together. There was something I really couldn't get it and couldn't be honest to teach. And then I got it, and I then felt very relaxed. So I think what you wish is absolutely possible. You get there. Maybe it's not easy, and you have to really get to that, really deciding with your the hard way, and you can get it. And I think I just thought about this 200 people of different languages, nations. It's like the poles of different languages in different parts of the world. And we kind of connect our magraphs together. We kind of connect our souls together. So we we take in the whole humanity, and then probably the forces of war and killing, they don't feel good anymore to be in this environment, and they get smaller, and they close the door. So, because if people get to the level of love, unconditional giving, so they are very much magnetical. And when they connect together by soul, which is absolutely possible at this level that they are after this, after their soul has been raised, so everybody in their environment, in their language, creates a zone of lights. And these lights all together give light to humanity. So I think it's possible. But we have to. And for those who are new, I don't want it to be complicated with all these vocabularies, ideas. The essence is not to steal, not to kill, the ethics, and give. Giving is not just physically, you can mentally give. And good thinking, whenever the idea negative, whenever the hatred comes, stop it. Good thinking, good words, talking to people, not to hurt people. Not that I do that. I wish for that also, that what I say doesn't hurt anybody. And doing good. So these things and this ethos, don't worry, that's what all we have to do. And then the whole things would go right. I can't find any other secret. The whole thing that, of course, there is detachment, but of course, it's easier for somebody who is more old than somebody who is young. Now, it's easier to detach when we don't work or we don't have the obligation on society, things like that, to get detached. But so just doing the basic of soul elevation means doing good, living by ethics. That's all we need, and nobody is needed more than they can, And of course, doing it with sincerity. I think there's nothing more. There's no more secret. So, thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very much, Bernice. And I just want to just take a second here to thank everybody for allowing me to present today and allowing me to share this beautiful Sunday afternoon with you all. We are at the precipice, and we're going to be crossing this vanishing point together. So I just want to sign off with thanks to everybody and pass it over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Alex, again, and thank everyone. We're all here as part of our souls brought us here. Jefferson, go right ahead. I saw your mic. I was going to next, and then Gail.
Thanks.
Jefferson. Okay, I think.
Just
Oh, yes,
bringing my
go right
view.
ahead, please.
Yeah, just a quick thing. I'd like if I can to share one picture. That's if is it possible?
Of course.
Okay, I will do this.
We have all the existence in the universe, no problem.
Oh, thank you. Can you see this?
Yes, the spiral.
Yes, these are the Cash Foundation links from some parts that I made this and to create through this picture the image for protection. As I wrote up there, the poem should completed, it is completed already. The place through our intentions, throughout our love to this knowledge, to the respect of it, from the love that we have for Mr. Cash and his kindness of giving us all this opportunity. So I think it's very important understanding that we all can have this place protected as well to help things going the way Mr. Cash has wished and has making it through. And I'd like to thank you, Alex, John, Jalal, everybody, you, Mark, and say as well that we have some Brazilians that are connected to the Belgian system. And as John said, there are some lower level field all around the universe, but they are so low strength, they cannot reach the bright and the strength of the love that this technology is bringing. They are not knowledge seekers, they are only, as I say, technology users, because of the knowledge seekers, as we know, we are to serve, we are learning to help others, and they are trying to learn for themselves, for their own benefits. So they are problem receiving resources from outside, from other people, try to go and to make a mess. But they will not be able to do this. They will not reach closer to it, because we have the DNA from this country. And they know they cannot reach. So from, I think, 5 a.m. CEST, tomorrow, it's a good time to start. The intention from all of us, maybe it's very early. For me, it's gonna be an overnight enjoyment. And will be all day long, because the 10 first knowledge seekers who are gonna go tomorrow, they must be protected as well. So that's what I'd like to bring, and say thank you very much for all of you, for everything. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alex. As usual, I must see your teaching again, but you bring a lot of new information every time. Thank you very much.
Jefferson, and all the knowledge seekers.
I will stop sharing, okay, Mark?
Okay, let's put the other
Okay,
one
that's
back
done,
up
Mark.
there. Let's
Thank
see
you.
what we have here.
That was beautiful.
Yes.
I have a question. If, and this is regarding the people, I don't think I'm clear on the difference between ET and beings who are from other planets, but in a more human form? Is it that, and those are the ones that are leaving? And why are they leaving? I wasn't clear. And what if you don't remember? You know, if you have to remember, what do you do? And you think you're doing things the correct way. You know, you grew up in family that had good morals and everything else as you're a child and growing up. How do you know if you're not supposed to be here, if you can't remember? Do you remember? Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Very complicated. How do we know that the people that are in that situation are bad or good? Maybe John can help. John Bliven can help with that. If he's still there. Everybody is so quiet.
John is still here. But maybe just more contemplation on our own part, or go into the soul level to get that understanding you're looking for.
Yeah, because there's been so many questions. What if you're not from this, you were created from another area? I mean, it's very, very complicated when you think about it.
I was on a telephone conversation offline. What was the question again?
Okay, John, this is a really serious question. How do you know? I don't understand the difference between ETs and those who are in physical form, like, but from another planet. And how do you know if you don't remember that you are? And how do you know if you're a bad one or a good one? And it's very, very complicated, because you're talking about what if there is a different creator, for example, one who would be not in line with the ethos, okay, for example, Mr. Kesh. What do you do? How do you find out if you can't remember? And then how can you find out if you were good or bad, you know, if you don't remember? That's the thing that I just wanted to ask.
So with everything, you're always following your heart. What does your heart tell you? When you first listen to Mr. Kesh, something within you told you that this person is here for the right reasons. The things he talks about, are they ring true in your heart. And the opposite is true with somebody who tries to manipulate you. That somebody who tries to fool you into, believing something that is not good. So, for example, when you see politicians who push the agenda of, the shots, or the COVID narrative, you get a bad feeling in your heart that things aren't good with this person.
Because all they want is money from the vaccine. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry.
But you get the idea that everything is about your heart, and your heart tells you the answer. Sometimes you have to sit with it before you get the answer, but your heart will not lie to you. So just follow your heart. When you see beings, and maybe not all of them are extraterrestrials, but there's an awful lot that are. And you know, sometimes they'll fool you. They're very good at fooling people. But you know, you'll get wise to it.
Okay, so it's basically, and also, yeah, because if you don't remember, that's the part that's the hard part.
But that's our role in this lifetime, is to remember. So it's a process. You start off not remembering anything, and then slowly but surely your soul guides you back to you know, remembering things. Or for example, maybe you see a Star Trek movie and you know, you have an inkling that, you know, I've seen that before, or I understand that, you know, it looks familiar, or these race of beings look familiar to me, or these situations, you know, feel like I've been there before.
That deja vu moment.
Deja vu moments, yeah. And we get them, you know, it's not like everything comes overnight and we're overwhelmed by it. It's a little at a time. And the more we're open to it, and the more our vibrations are higher, then our aura expands. And when your aura expands, more light force energy can come in. And that's when you have more connections with the universe. So you can by and Marinus talked about it earlier, by keeping your thoughts pure, you can keep your aura more vibrant, to where these energies can come into your space more easily. And your discernment will get stronger, and you'll start to remember more and more and more. It's a process for everybody, and we each go through it a little bit differently. It's not a race. It's just a way that we move forward. Now, with these spaceship and the universal body enhancement units, what they will do is they'll move you, they'll balance your energies so that you'll move forward quicker, or you have the capability to move forward quicker.
Okay. All right. It's very, very complicated, and it's scary to hear this, really scary. Because most people want to do the right thing and, you know, be correct.
So I'm kind of tuned in. Sometimes when we use the wrong words, or words like scary or difficult, you know, we sabotage ourselves.
Okay.
So choose words that are
Think good.
Yeah.
Love.
That aren't charged with energy. You know, if you say scary, for example, then they are scary for you. Even though they're scary for you, choose a words that you know, are less charged, so they become less energetic against you.
Yeah, I thank you for reminding me about that, because sometimes you get the feeling that if somebody says something that it's a bit shocking, and it actually seems to be there to make you become, you know, a negative or whatever. And yeah, thank you.
So be the observer, be neutral. Just be neutral. You hear these politicians come out and they'll, you know, talk all of this stuff that just makes you upset. Don't allow it to make you upset. Just be neutral. You know, hear the words and you know that their days are numbered.
Okay.
Right. Don't feed on the gobbledygook.
Yeah, that's a good word, I remember. Okay,
Okay, let's, thank you, John.
thank you. Thank you very
Alex.
much.
Thank you, all the knowledge seekers for today. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, for putting this whole plan together in a way, and the souls that are working with you in the correct direction. I thought we would just share this paper here. It's not a long paper. It comes from the, I think, the 259th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. You can find this on the, did somebody want to say something?
Mark, I
Yes.
think, did you see Lisbeth was saying, can we do a 5 minutes of meditation when it's midnight, is it? What time is it actually?
It's 5:58.
Okay, so in
So
2 minutes.
Europe would be midnight in 2 minutes. Sure, we can.
Elizabeth was saying that in the chat. I'm just passing it.
Sure. I don't see a problem with that. And anyone who
Okay.
wants to participate.
Can we put Jefferson's spiral up? That would be good.
Oh, he took it off. So
Oh,
he
yeah,
has to
okay.
put it
Okay.
up.
I can share it again if you want.
Yes. I think that's
There
a
you
good
go.
idea.
1 second.
And again, anyone who has to go, that's fine. You don't, again, we don't tell you what to do or how to do it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I try to just very fast give some relief point. If sometimes your heart starts to doubt, it means we know the difference between good and bad. And there is nothing fixed. The moment we choose, we use the right to choose to clean the past, to open the books, to clean up everything we have done with people or whatever with ourselves. We clean it up and we get clean. That's this starting to go to other way. We always have the choice, and even with the hard way, we always can change the camp. So there should be no fear. Because the Creator, which is giving us life and all these beautiful things and sunshine and flowers, He wants to give us as much as we can have. So don't worry, your happiness doesn't bother anybody. You take nobody's place. That's your God-giving right to have the most. So we can always change and clean up. We all have to do it. So there is no fear, just hope, and hope that we deserve it, and Creator wants us all the best. So that we can change any minute we want. We can go to the path of ethics and clean up whatever we didn't know before. So no difference.
And I didn't read what everybody put in here, but let me read what Stefania said, because from my understanding, we are the creator and your imagination creates. It is like we have a white paper and we write what we believe we see. Everything is to make us pass level towards elevation. Letting go and not attachment is what we learning with all experiences. Fears is man-made. We can't build on fear, but only on conditional love. Thank you, Stefania, from the Universal Council.
Sorry about my English. I don't know if I wrote it
Thank you.
properly.
It's
a lot of very caring souls here. I really appreciate this.
Yes, our souls have brought us together here. The souls are working together. The physicality is the afterthought, as Mr. Ketch said, although we're not going to discard it and litter with it. So, but it's the souls or the boss, as Mr. Ketch said on numerous occasions. He doesn't work with the doorman, which is the physicality. He goes right to the soul. And this is what our souls are doing. The soul is the totality, and the physicality follows that totality. So even though we think we're doing all of this, it's actually the soul in an operation in so many ways, as I understand it. But we like
And also
to,
because by the totality, even the things we see that we think maybe, you know, we got different feelings about everything, but because we also the totality, we are that being, we are that things we see, we are that. So I think the only things left is to elevate each other, because you are also the person or the things or the other entity or the dark part, or, you know, we all, if we look at the totality, because we are one. So the only things you have to elevate or forgives, because we are all being everything of anything of anywhere. So it's all about passing levels. So when something happened to you, it is usually it's personal to you, is your own experience, is there to make you pass level to you at the time. So we have to don't forget that these my beliefs. Each one of us will have his own experience relating to, again, what they need. So but it's all there to pass level, and it's all there to bring us to the next step.
Yeah, test, I
very
mean,
nicely put. Thank you.
yeah. Yeah, you have to go through to be aware.
Okay, let's do our 5 minute of, and continue on, of course, but we're just doing this publicly here now at the request of Elizabeth. Thank you. And remind your soul that it needs to continue in the coming period. And I guess from now on, that we do it every day, all the time, even though you may not be conscious of it, your soul is fully aware of what's needed to be done at this moment in place and time. So let's take 5 minutes. I'll just take a quick look at the second hand on the clock. And here we go. 5 minutes of elevation for Linz, Mr. Kesh, the physicality, and everything your soul can think of. Thank you, beautiful souls. We appreciate your elevation to the Linz Exposition Center and all those involved, especially Mr. Cash and all. And this is just another process of bringing peace to this planet and across the universe with this knowledge, with this technology, and through our souls. Since it's getting on, maybe we won't read this last paper. Anyone have any thoughts on that? It's rather short. I was going to take the first couple of paragraphs, and then it's just a few pages here. And after I finish reading, someone else can just step right into it. But we'll put this up for everybody. Again, this is on the Keshe Wiki. It's based on the 259th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Position of the soul, and what are our dreams? The very first times when we started speaking about the position of the soul, I explained to you the stereo, it says bone here. So you will have your stereo bone, you have your vision. You can pinpoint the position of your soul. If you draw this in a different dimension, it is very simple. You have the two hemispheres of the brain, you have the eyes which cross, and you have the two ears. If you draw the line right across in a specific way, you should be able to see the dimension of the soul and the position of the soul. We always had a back system, and we always gain access out of it. In the future, when man grows in the knowledge, you will understand something very simple. Why, when we have a dream, we have a vision. When we have a dream about our mother or our loved ones or our children, why do we see visually? Why do we connect with the noise and the place? It is because the soul of the man sees through the eye of the man, and in that process of achieving and reaching other souls, what he gets back, it comes through the vision. So we have a vision of it. Man up to now has never understood this. This absorption as a limitation of the soft tissue of the eye and the liquid within the eye of the man is a transformation of the level of the soul to the level of physicality. Many conditions, when you do not even have the eyeball, the structure, which is built by the ancestors in the position of the conversion, sits within the eye of the man. The physicality of the eyeball is more or less irrelevant in comparison to the soul. This is why our soul's portal is in the eye of the man. That is why everything we see as a dream, or the connection between our soul and understanding and connection with other souls, goes through the eye of the man at a given strength. Anyone feel free to take over? We can all be part of this.
And Mark, the picture of Jefferson's pictures is on the screen.
Oh, sorry, I didn't share.
I will stop sharing. I stop sharing here.
Oh, no, my mistake. No problem. Let me share the screen. Okay, now I see why no one jumped in. Would you like to jump in? I just finished here. So, are we dreaming is the next line. Anyone?
I can read a paragraph.
Sure.
Are we dreaming, or is our physical life part of the physicality dream? Do we live two lives? One life in the dimension of the physicality strength, and one in the dimension of the soul of the strength of the universe. That's powerful. When you close your eyes and you call it to sleep, and you have that dream, which means you use the dimension of the portal of the eyes to be maybe in 10 different dimensions, but you only want to choose one. Oh, wow. The same thing happens while you are walking. You live the two lives, the life of the physicality, the soul of the strength of the matter state of this planet, and then the dimension of the soul of the universe. The portal of the soul of the man operates in two dimensions. Portal of the soul of the man operates in two dimensions, and it is him who has to choose. And at the time when you blank out one frequency, which is the frequency of the physicality, The other one, which has been walking around the time, is still in touch. As walking around during the time is still in touch. We decide today, I want to listen to channel 4 and tomorrow to channel 3. And channel 4 was the dream. I wanted to see what the mother is saying. And channel 4 is the other. Channel 2 is my father. And I convert that channel to vision through them coming back, transferring the knowledge through my eyes as the physicality of the existence of what I see. That's a little bit complicated. Okay, go ahead, somebody. Anybody? Nobody is speaking?
The whole structure of the skull of the man receives other strength at the level of the vision of the man, that we see our loved ones, or we see we are in the environment. We see through the portal to the strength of the soul, through the vision of the eye of the man, which in return from the soul of the environment and the soul of the loved ones, we see it converts back into and becomes the vision or memory or what we had a dream of. This wasn't actually the one that I wanted to share that I spoke of earlier. Why it's there, I don't know. Mr. Kesh, yeah, to understand this more, I keep on teaching this, but a lot of people don't. It just goes over their head. You have to find the location of this place. One of the easiest ways for you, it is if you buy, I've said this before, if you find yourself an adjustable audio system headphone stereo, and then tune into it till you don't hear the noise in your ears, but you feel the noise in the back of your head. This gives you a very much indication where to look for the motion and the concentration of the energy for motion and absorption of energy. Some of the Pakistan effects come through this disorder in this part of the brain. If you are adjust by headphones in the same point and you change them at the same time, then you can understand the balance point in the brain. If you don't hear it, but you feel the noise. So you're actually, the vibration of the eardrums has more or less no effect in the direction of the flow of the motion. And then if you train yourself to look at a certain point with your eyes, while you're in that condition, then you add the breathing to it, then you will find control. Anyone else?
A question, is that going to help us to fly?
It does sound like tuning in to find this position of the soul. He said you would need the cell phone and the earphones. Location turned on, and I think they're going to be putting some sort of things through there to bring you into a balance or something, but the headphones are also used to find that location of the soul if anyone hasn't been able to.
I have to buy a set. I'm still looking.
Me too. I don't have a lot of people who you see levitate use this because a specific way you can create gravitational magnetic fields. It needs a lot of training, but in a way it can be done. So I see the apple, I think of the apple. So in my mind knows what I need. I see the apple, the way I create gravitational magnetic field of an apple in my head. The same as the leaf, which absorbs CO2. You extract the apple. Monostructures are much easier than complex structures to start with. We'll just finish this up. Anyone else want to share and read?
Well, I can.
Sure.
Okay, I can. I'll read a little bit.
You can finish it. There's only 3 paragraphs.
Multiple, complex, but you need to train quite a lot. That's what Mark was saying. I've done this from when I was a child. That's how I know exactly how it works. By accident, I had a headphone and I could hear. I'm not hearing something, anything. My ears are not working. but I hear the music. So I extended on the knowledge, trying to find out, being a curious chap. And then you can create levitation, you can create lift, you can even desire what you want to receive. I explained part of the process in shutting down the system here this morning with the reactor number 2. You train yourself, you can direct. So he did that by his thought. You can, people who are expert in it and they become very good at it, become very good leaders, but very just and correct leaders. You can make anyone to fall in love with you, and you can make anybody to hate you, because you decide the level of the energy. I think you'll be interested in that. And he's laughing. Okay, it is needed. We do it unconsciously, but if you train yourself, you can do it very easily. You can levitate your own body in no time. Good, I need to do that here on my grass. And you can move your body at the speed you like. If you're very good at it, you can create a lot of other things, but you have to know where to look for. The first step to look for is to find a place in your brain where it is. Then you dictate the position of the light. That's a question, because it's energy. You position the breathing system. So what he's saying is you have to look for the place in your brain with your earphones, where it is, and then you dictate the position of the light. I don't understand that, but because it's energy, you position the breathing system, because it needs a lot of energy to be supported. So you create energy by absorption through your lung, through your nostrils.
And Stefania has explained this on several occasions of the breathing techniques and other things, and the star formation and so on. So yes, Stefania, did you want to add?
I do remember definitely from my own experience when he told us to keep the eyes slightly open and fix the point. That for me was you have to be like a replication cup. So the moment we understand that what we imagine we create. So the moment you can replicate, like you said with the orange, to replicate totality, that it's when I think you know you have be training for this, but obviously. But to be as good as we can with the replication cup. So I was proposing, for example, to start to practice. So for example, tomorrow, we can all imagine and try to replicate the feelings, the sensation that we actually there in Linz, you know, so we can start to travel because we are the captain.
Thank you.
And also
Beautiful.
the people who are present there, they can see us there. You know, if they can see us there and we can, or we can see them seeing us, you know, we can really, in imagination, we can really do whatever we want.
Or we could ask Dean, we could say, Dean, did you sense that I was there with you? And if he says yes, then we know we're on the right track, aren't we?
Or you imagine already that he will say yes. So that is where it's where, you know, we have to practice our imagination. So because there is no separation between the imagine and the doing, when we understand that it's one and you cannot separate the two, then it's just practice on feelings and sensation. So you cannot have a say on something that you cannot feel. So obviously we need to know where the soul is and how, and then once we know where it is, we can feel it. And once we can feel it, we have a say. So it's like when you think about your toes, like I said many times, no? If you think about your big toes, you have to feel it to be able to move it. And the same with your body, no? When you wake up in the morning, you don't know where you are, you cannot move. You need to know where you are in space to be able to have a say where to go. So it's all been replication cup. This is my understanding. So we can practice this tomorrow. Tomorrow because because I was thinking all of us that we cannot be present in Linz for one reason or the other. We are the captain, we can travel there. So we're all Mojans. So we should start to practice also in this way. This is something ideas I launched for tomorrow, that we all go in there.
Beautiful, beautiful. Almost like a pre-training in a way, and a lot of practice, as he said. So we can all do it, and imagine you can do it, and think it, and you will be there.
I just have to get those earphones. I am having trouble finding them, actually.
We know when we were in the Mojan, we didn't have headphones. So I don't think we should get too fixed on the variation of the exercise. Obviously, each one of us will resonate with different things to practice. But we should not be fixed to one and only. Also, this was the experience of Mr. Cash. Maybe you need something different. So I think, for example, I mean, when we were in the Mojan, we didn't have headphone. You know, I remember for me the trick was to replicate feelings and sensation. So to be able to change the heartbeat. This was my, but it's not done by thinking. It was done by feeling.
And turning blue, and you turned blue.
And I didn't, you know, my difference is maybe from the Nansen unit now, everything that happened to us, we didn't plan it. So suddenly, you know, my arms became blue. So if I was not on my own, if I was on my own, I would not believe it. But because we were in two and he was seeing what I was seeing, so even that, so to me, that was the important things that for me, that one was my reality. So for me, that was real. So again, we have a replication cap. The moment you can replicate something, you can change structure. So, and that then become real for you. But it needs with, the first step is obviously is this imagination. We have to stretch our mind and, you know, believe that we can do it, you know, and that's the first steps. Then, you know, for everything that happened in the Mojan was spontaneous. I would not know how to replicate. But what from my understanding is, with this machine, we're just learning how to making conscious decision 24/7. So if you want to become blue, you become blue. If you want to become yellow, become yellow. So we're gonna start to my feelings is we're gonna start to know this side of us so well that then you have a say of what you want to do.
Well, Jefferson has put in the chat, we are already on 6/6/2020 CEST. Happy birthday. All-purpose flight simulation experience. We give freely from our souls. Take what you need. Thank you, Mr. Kesh, and everyone. Yes, we welcome the new child, so to speak. Anyone else before I play the final disclaimer and then the meeting will end? Thank you all for your participation and your work here within and around the Kesh Foundation.
And I think Steph was asking what time we should all meet in Linz.
All the time.
All the time.
When they announced the live, what do you think? Or
Yeah, but
should we set a time?
Well, we're
yeah.
looking to connect with the live Zoom, and he said to keep a watch on it.
Or maybe Stefan has a good idea. Do you want to fix a time?
Start at 9 and go on and on.
Sure, the whole day, I think, but maybe it's better to fix one time where we all know, and just for, yeah, to try. If it's maybe we can ask, we can talk about next Sunday, and when we make a time where we all tomorrow will, yeah, meet there in Linz if something special happens. And sure, we can do it all the time, but maybe we one time we say that special that we all there, and then we can discuss next week.
And of course, we can always join the Portuguese team on the daily intentions. So Jefferson, that's already happening, isn't it? We know that they've been meeting many, many times. I haven't
Well,
been
what
in
is
that.
that, Mark? Sorry.
The daily intentions,
Yes, yes. Every day, 2 a.m. CEST. Yeah.
2
Everybody.
a.m.
Yes,
CEST.
yes.
So calculate your different times and we can add our field strength to that meeting, either being there, or if you can't be there, just remind your soul to be part of it.
Can you write
Yes,
it in the chat, the time? Please.
2 a.m.
2 a.m. at.
CEST every
Okay,
day.
thank you.
Yes, everybody are welcome or is welcome.
Mhm.
We just read, they read a test, but we have a 15 minutes of silence, completely silence, where we dedicate to the whole structure that we are talking about here.
This is the way we're
Thank you
going to
very much.
work in the future, as I see it. Once the collective awareness becomes, and it only takes one person, but I think this collective awareness is very important. Okay, I'm going to play the final disclaimer. Did anyone have anything they'd like to say? Thank you all. This has been, we've been trying to make it shorter, but for some reason it just doesn't seem to get shorter. No problem. It's all good. And as I said, we aren't under really such a time constraint as we are operating in the existence of the universe, which is forever. Thank you all again. Have a wonderful rest of your day.